Welcome to ACC Career Mode by ACM Racing. ACC Career Mode is back and better than ever, with a 3-month-long series containing over 50 races with mixed formats and challenges. Team up with friends to manage your finances, car performance and sponsor contracts, or go solo and manage your favourite car across the whole season utilising the daily, weekly and monthly challenges to add some spice to your online racing. The best thing? You decide your career, with 7 different paths to choose from. Minimum effort is no effort. ACC Career Mode Quarter 1 contains 5 races a week, all stewarded and commentated live with a range of formats from 4 to 12 hour endurance races to 25-minute sprints. The full race calendar is available at acm-racing.com, with individual race sign-up taking place on SimGrid. Only available on Assetto Corsa Competizione PC European-based league. Welcome to ACC Career Mode by ACM Racing. ACC Career Mode is back and better than ever, with a 3-month-long series containing over 50 races with mixed formats and challenges. Team up with friends to manage your finances, car performance and sponsor contracts, or go solo and manage your favourite car across the whole season utilising the daily, weekly and monthly challenges to add some spice to your online racing. The best thing? You decide your career, with 7 different paths to choose from. Minimum effort is no effort. ACC Career Mode Quarter 1 contains 5 races a week, all stewarded and commentated live with a range of formats from 4 to 12 hour endurance races to 25-minute sprints. The full race calendar is available at acm-racing.com, with individual race sign-up taking place on SimGrid. Only available on Assetto Corsa Competizione PC European-based league.
Welcome in to 4 hours of Imola. Hopefully audio and stuff is okay. If anyone can let me know in chat, it'd be excellent. Yeah, I've got 4 hours of Imola today, as I've just said. Half an hour qualifying is underway at the moment, so we're seeing what drivers can put together. It's just meant to be a warm-up race this afternoon, so there's not really anything that it counts towards. It is just to get used to the drivers doing some endurance races as we head into 2025. So what do we expect from the grid today? Well, quite a lot of fast drivers on the grid. John Gray is one of those. That's not John Gray, that is. And he's in a car with Brogan Dyer, who's also quite a fast driver, as John Gray gets a little bit unsteady on the exit of that corner there. We do have some other fast drivers across the grid. Sergei Tamara just demonstrated that by going fastest with a 140.6. I think some drivers will go down into the high 139s, maybe below 140s today. Temperatures are looking good. 33 track temp, with the track rubber being optimum, no wind or anything, and it is clear skies, so drivers should have no issues getting into those 139 lap times. We do have quite a lot of cars on track today, with 42. Probably 8 more might show up over the next few minutes or so, but there is 42 cars on grid, so it should be some mega action. So what we're looking at for the lap times at the moment, as I said before, Sergei Tamara is currently at the top of the charts with 140.6. We've got Amiral and Name currently in P2, 142.1. They are 5 tenths up on their lap time at the moment, so more than enough time for them to gain. That BMW was given away nice and clean. Eric Dreyer's just gone 5 tenths slower than Sergei Tamara. They're set at 140.8. I believe they might be in a team with today. Yes, they are. That McLaren 720S Eva. You have quite a few drivers on grid today, which are doing solo driving. A couple are with teammates, with just 1 or 2 drivers, but the maximum 3. So might see some changes across the board, but there are some drivers, for example, Sergei, just had a little bit of an outing, is doing it solo. Lower the game can do so, hopefully that works. Any of the issues with the audio, apart from my own skill issue, then please do let me know. But I think we should be good now. So, 7 minutes of qualifying is down. Looks like time is starting to come in. It's still Sergei Tamara and Eric Dreyer at the top with the fastest lap time. Sergei's improved on his with 4 the last lap, but this lap, as we saw at the start, is now invalidated. won't be improving on this lap. Eric Drea is currently about 10th up on his lap as he comes around into the final corner. That's not going to put him up in any positions, but it's going to get him a little bit closer to what Sergey did. So as he comes across the line in just a minute, he'll probably set a 40.6. Yep, just done that now. That sits him quite comfortably in P2, with about 8 tenths to John Gray behind him, 0 point racing Mustang. As I said that, Roberto Stazione has just gone and set a 141 flat, which is incredibly good time from them. Sector times are looking good from them as well, only about 1 or 2 tenths across the board, but again 6 tenths that adds up to, so they're going to be looking to improve on this lap. A couple more improvements further down the grid. We've got Bastien Halter in the R8. They're about 3 tenths up on their lap now as they come down into the final sector of Imola now, 4 tenths as they exit down towards second to last straight. Further down, we've got Michael Humer, the Mercedes. They're currently about 2 tenths up on their lap as they come around the final few corners now, but it looks like they've actually been up on that lap and they've tried to get some more space to the Raptor Virtual Racing Ferrari in front on that. Apolinario has gone and set a 145, but they're currently 1.5 seconds on their lap, so that's looking like it'll be a 144 or maybe even a 143.5, which puts them just into the top 20. We do have quite a fast grid today. If we're looking at the times on the left hand side, you can see the majority of drivers were in 1 or 2 tenths of each other. We've got quite a lot of groupings as well, which is good to see. Eric Mora, who is the driver that I've just now, has gone and set a 140.9. That's the third driver to go into the 140s. Again, 20 minutes left of this qualifying session. More than enough time for these drivers to set their laps. As Emirates has just come across the line and set a 140.4, that's put themselves up into P2. An epic performance on that Ferrari. Got the RML BMW in front. They're going to squeeze past there. That was a bit of a close one, but I think they might give it their lap. Yep, they have done. Eric Drea has returned to the pit lane, maybe doing a driver swap to Eusebi to see what they can do, but Eric Drea has just gone on set at 140.3, which puts them all the way up at the top. Tomorrow's now being put down to P3 as they exit chicanes there. Down into quite a few corners, this looks like an out lap, so he's not going to be setting lap this lap. We'll keep an eye on it for the next round to see what all out of the bag. Van Nimmen, perhaps a virtual racing driver. Very fast driver is Van Nimmen. He's currently set a 1.6 and he's about 3 tenths up on the lap. There's a McLaren on the outside there, just taking a bit of a escape road. Comes around the final corner, he's still 3.5 tenths, maybe lost a couple of tenths on that final corner. His time's dropping as he's accelerating. He's going to try and keep a tight line on this corner here. And he's going to come across the line and potentially set a 141.4, which puts him just in P10. But I think he does have at least another tenth or so in him. Of course, as you can see on the left hand side, that will gain him some places. Start these. There's a long screen. Going again, or have done so. Hopefully that fits a little bit better. Your microphone is getting drowned out by the cockpit, by the engine in the cockpit. Yeah, I'm not surprised with that, to be honest. Out of the cockpit. So 19 minutes remaining. It looks like the grid's starting to get settled into place. John Gray's returned to his pit box, currently on 40.9, but I know John has got a lot more time in him. I'm just not sure he's used to the Mustang. Maybe just yet. Imola is an avid Aston Martin fan, I know that for sure, and McLaren, to be fair. He's a versatile driver, so maybe see faster laps from him later. So, Stazione, who we're on with at the moment, is 2 tenths up on their lap, and that'll put them comfortably into the top 5 if they can keep it going. But they are only in Sector 1 at the moment. Speaking of liveries, that one is quite a nice one, that yellow and white Days Lab Racing. I like the fact that you've got ACM there as well. No ACM logos on the car as far as I can see, so no bonus points for that, but always chance in the future. Greer's gone back out for some more laps in the Dakota Esports McLaren. A fantastic livery, that McLaren. It's got a nice blue and it's got a nice bit of blend of black in there as well. Comes into the first sector, probably about a 10th down on his fastest lap so far, but with a 140.3 it's going to be difficult to make any improvements off of the top of that. What he needs is a nice clean lap, which I think he's got if he gets that Porsche out of the way as soon as possible. But obviously clean air is important here. If you do get caught behind someone, you'll lose out on time fast, and at the moment he's about 1.5 tenths down on his fastest lap, so we'll see what he does with the rest of this lap. 2.5 tenths now, so maybe not a perfect corner for Brea there. Martea, who was just behind Dreyer, has now gone off the pit lane, gone off the tracks and returned to the pits. So obviously they're happy with their lap and are just going to make some setup changes. Seems so far though, had no major problems. There's been a couple of contacts with a few cars, but to be honest, with a grid like this, you've got to expect a couple of ball bangings maybe while they're waiting for their lap to start. Andrea is going back out on another lap. It's a very nice Ferrari that they've got there, livery wise at least anyhow. Joseph McCulloch in the 2-4 McLaren. Currently 5 tenths up on their lap as they come down into the final 2 corners at Imola here. Taking the second to last corner fairly well. We'll switch to TV cam 2 to see what we can pull off. A little bit squiggly on the exit there. They're only now 3 tenths up on their lap. That's dropping slightly, so they can try and keep it tight towards the finish line now, and they're going to finish and put themselves up. So it looks like that last lap was invalidated, which is interesting to see, but they at least have 3 or 4 tenths in them to extract, and that would put them up in the top 10 area, so that's their task for this lap. Further down towards the rear of the grid, Touching Darkness is in Sky Tempesta Ferrari. That's an interesting choice of livery. I believe that is a Big Brain Racing entry, not the Big Brain Racing livery. I did think livery is just like 3 minutes before qualifying, so I should have everyone, and if I don't, then my apologies, but you load it. John Gray in the chat, PC problems for me, so I've handed the car over to Brogan. That's a shame. PC's not big grids. Yeah, we've got 45 on Imola today. Pretty crazy. Maybe try and turn down the max amount of visible cars or other settings and try and get it a bit better, but good pace from you so far. Got the team into P5, and obviously Brogan's out now for his half of the qualifying session. Give us some insight, John, into what you're expecting from today's race. Are you looking to win the top 3, top 5? What are you thinking? Rick Pixel in the chat as well, welcome in. Those drivers are going out for their second half of the qualifying session now. There's a couple of drivers that are just starting their flying laps. I think Reyes, again, still trying to improve his lap, but he's gone a 10th down in that first sector, so it's not going to be this time. Same with the Ferrari of Emirates, dealing with some blue flagged cars. John Gray says we both have a 39 but not able to extract at the moment. Yeah. What's the track conditions like? It seems okay on paper, but obviously there's a lot of cars on grid, so maybe a bit dirty air, a bit of getting caught behind drivers are slowing you down from that. Yeah, I'm surprised to have not seen any 139 so far. I don't think we saw any in practice either. But I was fairly confident that we'd see some in qualifying. Still 14 minutes to go, so we might get some later. But at the moment, no one up at the top is improving, so we'll further down the grid and see what's happening. Barry Gibbons in Sector Blitz Racing Monster Energy Mercedes there. A very nice livery on that Mercedes. Got the England flags on the tail, so you love to see it. They come round the final corner. It looks like they're on an improving lap. The delta's not quite correct from what I'm seeing, as it says 32 seconds up the lap. I'm not sure that's entirely correct, but as they cross the finish line, he stays in the same position. So wouldn't have been an outlap from Barry. But it seems like they got a lot of time in it. I know that they're a very fast duo. He's in the car with Michael Firth today, I believe. So top 10 is definitely cards for them. Amaral name in the other Mercedes, SPS Automotive Mercedes, is out on a lap. They're about 1.5 tenths up as they go into the final sector. Final couple corners now. If they get a good couple corners here, they're in for a decent lap, which should put them quite comfortably into the top 7 or so. If they can get a good exit now, which they have done, 2 tenths up on their lap, and it's climbing 2.5 tenths as they come round onto the start-finish straight. It's going to be equaling out, and it looks like it'll be maybe a P5, just only a P6 for Amaral Name there. As Brogan Dyer, John Gray's previous lap, I believe that is, has remained in P5 by about 18 hundredths. So pretty close between these drivers, and as we look down on the list on the left hand side, you see just a tens, maybe even hundreds between these drivers. So there's going to be some proper close racing today if the drivers can keep it clean. Of course, as we know, Imola not the widest of tracks, and especially turn 1 isn't, and it's quite a fast turn 1 as well as you're coming down into the first corner. Drivers will be sort of bunched together and they're not expecting to brake as early, so we might have a bit of chaos at the start, maybe even a race restart if we're lucky, but hopefully nothing like that happens. So, Eric Mora is outlap, I believe, unless this is... yeah, so they're starting their outlap now. They're only about 500ths down from Name's previous lap, which means they're only about 700ths down from Brogan Dyer's current lap. So they've got quite a lot of improvement that they can do. Any further than that, though, going to need about 6 tenths or so to get in front of Sergei Tamara. Eric Dreyer and Emirates as currently stands. Speaking of Emirates, actually, I missed that. They've gone and got the fastest lap of the qualifying session so far in the number 33 Ferrari. 140.1. I'd say we get some low 140s today, but I was still yet to get a 139. Andrea Marte, who we were on with earlier, 3 tenths up on their lap. If they do get that, that'll be a 140.9, which is a decent lap for them. Lap for that Ferrari. Just behind them, Van Nimmen's about 1 tenth up on their lap, and they're Active Virtual Racing at Ferrari as well. But as Name is about halfway through their current lap, they are 2 tenths up at the moment. If they finish that lap, that'll put them comfortably up into P4. I know they improved last lap and beat the 0 points Mustang's time, but Brogan Dyer is currently out on his outlap, so he's going to be trying to push for a result in these final 10 minutes. Kutringeli, I believe I pronounced that wrong. If I do, sorry. They're currently up about 4 tenths on that, which is a very good improvement, and if they can stick it together for the final few corners, then they can be up into the top 5. P13, that's a good improvement, and at 140.9 it's no lap to sniff at as well. So further down the grid, 45 drivers on track, 40 drivers have set a time. Current slowest lap time is 145.4, so all 40 drivers are within 5 seconds of each other in today's race, so certainly going to be some close action. Max Brake, Flex Racing Sport, is currently on a 145 flat, but I think they've got a couple of tenths in them at least for now, in that BMW of his. David Sword and the Avocado Porsche, very green Porsche, I assume that is to represent an avocado, is on a 144.7. Denis Ustinov, the 35 BMW, is on 144.2 at the moment, their lap. Will Gossel for the CWD Racing, another green Porsche. I believe that's a 991 Porsche, or at least the older version of the 911. It's always good to see. And on the point of that, actually, we do have quite a mixed grid today. We've got a couple of Lamborghinis, a couple of Porsches, W's, McLarens, We've got an Audi here and there as well, Mercedes, Mustang, Aston Martin. No writer, but I suppose that's no surprise for anyone. But we do have a Nissan from Jack Dyer, Team Escape. He's not set a lap currently, so maybe wanting to start from the back of the grid or whatever it may be there. But it is good to see a Nissan on the grid. Change. So Emirates is leaving the pit lane now as well. I assume they're going to be going out to try and get a 139. Usby is currently out in the Dakota Esports McLaren, so that's switched over from Eric Dreyer, and they're going to be trying to get a 139 as well, as they're just being passed by the 0 point off John Gray, who's now back in the car. Like the PC issues might have been sorted. Maybe Brogan Dyer had something to tend to. Andre Martin still up on their lap. It seems like they've got a lot of improvement in their lap. They just need to get a clean one together, but they've got quite a bit of improvement in front to get. Some space at least on track as they take the chicane fairly aggressively there, missing the yellow bumps on the exit. I think for these final 7 minutes of qualifying, we'll hop on board with the drivers to see if we can have on board the lap guy. So Usby is on for probably his third or fourth final lap of the qualifying sessions, crosses the start-finish straight to begin his lap. So it's quite a fast section here. Hook the left-hand side there, coming over to the right-hand side brake just before the curve on the right-hand side there. Hook the inside curve nicely. Keep on the inside for the left and then the right. And get a good corner. Next section looks like the Audi is going to give way to them there. We come back onto the right-hand side and take a tight line onto the left-hand side of the track. So take the right-hander nicely. That's a lot of curve from that McLaren, which I'm surprised he can take, but he's done it. And braking just after the 50-meter board, and actually missing his braking a little. You ideally want to stick to the inside of that corner there for as long as possible, so that you get a decent exit. That's going to put you down a little bit on their fastest lap, so probably not a decent lap this lap, but he's braking again just after the 50-meter board, sticking to the inside. A little bit of a moment on the exit of that corner there, but he's kept it together. Again, braking for the right-hander, again, second right-hander, all nice and clean for that one. Probably just practice or a slow down, or an additional warm-up lap for them, as he takes the chicanes nicely, keeping it on the track, and cutting again quite a lot of that yellow curve, which is surprising for the McLarens. Right side to let them go. So down into the final two corners on the track, then hugging the right hand side, using as much track as possible. You're going to try and get the left inside curb hooked, which they do just about, using all the right hand side of the curb, try and get the left hand hook as well, which they've done, use all the right hand exit curb and their lap. So what's it going to be this lap? Lap to beat is a 140.3 and he's done a 141.9, so as we predicted, quite a slow lap usually. But again, he's going to be going back into this lap, searching for more. So again, breaking down into the first corner, using the right hand side of the track, hooking in left, keeping as far left as possible as we can to take the right and the left hander afterwards. Seems like he's just cut and validated the lap again now though. There's going to be no improvement for Eric, at least this time. We'll switch over to Emirates and see what they're able to do as they head in probably their final lap. 9/10 up on the Delta at the moment, so this lap isn't the fastest, but as they head into the final 5 minutes, they're looking to try and do what they can. Into the first corner then, it's going to be a similar sort of line for this Ferrari, using all of the right hand side, cutting the left hand side, cutting the right hand side, trying not to get too much of a squiggle on the exit, cutting the left hand side, not invalidating the lap, using all of the exit curve as expected, and they've gone and done a nice sector one. That's 400s up on their lap time as they head into this section of corners. And all the exit curve, a little bit of a touch on the gravel on the exit there, it's going to lose another couple hundreds or so. Stick to the left hand side of the track there, which they do so. A little bit squiggly on the exit there as they get the power down, but they're still up on their lap, only just though. It is just about an equal delta now. That little squiggle on the exit has put them down. As they break just after the 50-meter board, they need to hook that left hand curve, which they've done, not go wide on this corner, which they've done as well. Going to hook back to the left hand side, use all that entrance curve, punch to the right hand side a little bit, brake on the curbs, hook the right hand side, get the exit nicely done, and that is 1/10 up on their lap so far. Again, not a great exit from Emirates, who's now equaling his delta again. They're going to brake just after the start of that curb, hook as much of the right hand side as they can, and then as much of the left as well. All the exit curb, and they've used too much. That was a little bit of an invalidation on the exit there, so that's not going to be a fast lap for him on this lap at least. But some incredible pace out there. It's difficult for me to keep up with, but at least we've got a lap guide done now. So they're looking for that gap, they're slowing down, and they're going to take that final lap, or second to last flying lap. Let's calm down a bit and let's have a look at the rest of the grid then. So further down, the order is USB in P2, Sergei Tamara still in P3 with 140.4. They've not been able to increase their lap time so far. Stanzioni in P4 in that yellow Ferrari, currently on 140.7. They're not going to improve this lap, but they still do have at least another lap to do. And just 200ths behind his name, who's currently on a flying lap and is about 1.5 tenths up. They're in P5, just behind John Gray with the fastest Sector 1 so far of that Mustang, probably because of its top line speed. Comes into the chicanes to try and get some more time. They're currently 8 tenths up on their lap, which is a 140.1. Tell you what, we'll go on board with the loud Mustang for the final section of this lap. Again, using all the left, switching to the right hand side, braking as late as he can, hooking the inside curb, which he's done perfectly, using all the exit curb to try and hook the left hand side again, and then put the power down in that Mustang, and it's freedom. So they're about 1 second up, just less than on this lap. It's not going to quite be a 1:39. They're losing time down the straight. It's going to be a 1:40.1 for sure, maybe a 1:41.2, and it was invalidated, it seems. He must have invalidated on one of those final corners, because by delta it was a clean lap. But 8 tenths in that lap for John Gray. He can certainly get himself a P1 if he keeps it tidy on this lap, and he might even get a second lap in as well. So going to be close towards the end now. But further down, Eric Aurora in Aston Martin is about 600ths down from John Gray as it currently stands. He's got a bit of traffic in front, which he's going to find a bit difficult to find any speed in, as the Ferrari is on the inside. That's going to slow him down with the car on the outside as well, and yeah, looks like they're not going to be able to complete a lap this time, which is unfortunate, but it is good to see an Aston Martin so high. Aston Martin fan myself. Further down, Sari, the Finnish driver in the Mustang, is currently half a tenth up on their lap with 140.9. That's some decent pace, and they're currently equal on their lap with the Wrecker, the Interceptors McLaren. And that looks like 3 drivers with the exact same time, as Berksoy has also got a 140.995. So 3 drivers with the same lap time, and another driver just in front, 200ths up. So if you want some action, people, it's going to be this race for sure. Hope that it's going to be a clean first lap. So Van Nimmen further down, Holter in P11, Van Nimmen P12, Humer in P13, Matia in P14, Ringeli in P15, Gevrikov in P16, and Bobo in 17 with 141.5. Zaychuk at 888. Mustang is on a 141.5 as well. They're currently 18, about 10th up on their lap. That's not going to improve them too much. They might get 1 or 2 places out of it. Get them into the top 15. Fitzau is in pit lane. Currently they're in P19 with a 141.5. And Picano rules out the top 20 with a 141.6. So, incredibly close grid. And a big grid at that as well. So all drivers are within about 5 seconds, maybe 6 seconds of each other. Qualifying session has now ended. Usby's not been able to improve on that lap that Eric Dreyer set. Sergei Tamara's not been able to improve on his lap. And that is a Simhaven ACM car merged, which is rather interesting. Name was able to improve and was able to get himself into P4 in front of Stazione by just 0.003 of a second. So that's an incredible lap time from them. John Gray is also not able to improve on their laps, so they're now down in P6, equalled on a time with Butringeli. So the drivers are lined up on the grid. We've got a big grid on us today. Let's see if we can get a decent angle of this one. The camera around now, and you can see just how many drivers we have on this grid for today's race. And quite a range of drivers we have as well. So we've got 3 minutes before the start. Guys will be setting up strategies, setting up who's driving first, etc. But that was a close qualifying session. Now we're in for 4 hours of racing. We're in for certainly a good time. So look through the grid, have a look at the liveries. As we flick through, you can see Simhaven Motorsport McLaren. Sat nicely in P3 there. So in P1 got Emirates in white Ferrari. That's just a plain livery. I'm not sure if they have it synced or not. P2 got the Dakota Esports McLaren. I think we went through that earlier. P3 we've got the Simhaven Motorsports McLaren. Let me just camera. There we go. There we go. So, P4, we've got the Mercedes of name, P5 Stanzione, P23 Ferrari in that yellow and white one which we saw earlier. Very nice livery on that car. 0 Point Racing in the Ford, that's Brogan Dyer, which I believe is going to be starting this race. Very nice carbon and lime green livery on that Mustang. The 373 Cutringhelli Ferrari, they've not got a livery on. Can't see anything there. The Imola Aston Martin just behind them, number 82 again just looks like a default livery from what I can see. Again Mustang with no livery just there, that's the Mustang of El Tari. Just behind them 224 McLaren, lime green and lime pink, which is nice to see. And 78 Berksoy, that's again another default livery, but the DB 3 Motorsport Audi, you can see in the background there, that's a custom livery. Same with the Raptor Virtual Racing one on the Ferrari just in front of us, that's a very nice livery that they've got on there. That is the Ferrari of, I believe, Van Nimmen, yes it is, number 80, and 7 just behind them, the 7 Mercedes Puma. 16, that's Andrea Martaya. Ferrari number 24, just behind them is Gavrikov Mercedes. Ryan Bobo, Romain Bobo in the number 12 Raptor Virtual Racing in Ferrari there as well. Right 88, that's Zaychuk in Mustang. 15, we've got in P19 of Castel, you can see that Ferrari in front there. Carno in the Audi in the background. Firth in the 404 Monster Energy Mercedes. And Eno in P22 in green Ferrari. And we'll finish it off with a 909 Aston Martin of Ikonen. Lovely livery. I've been asked in chat, how did 817 get on? And they're currently in 36, so a good result for Byron Wilson in Reactive Momentum Racing BMW there. The ACM logos on the back, which we love to see. So good positioning from everyone, like drivers at the back, drivers in the pit lane as well. Matt Dennings had a pit lane start, but that is the grid for today's race as Emirates is leading the pack down into the formation lap. So we're hoping it is going to be a clean start, and we're hoping that it is going to be some good racing for the next 4 hours. It's certainly going to be some close action, as there's certainly going to be some fast drivers, but again it is all about that start. If some drivers have a bit of an issue on the start, or they aren't able to get into a decent position, then they might not have a decent start. Why did you stop calling them about it? Because I ran out of names on the left hand side and the formation lap started. I actually thought that would take a lot more time than it did, or a lot less time than it did actually to cover those 20 drivers, but all is fine. We'll get to see everyone during the race today, time for it. He stole my car, how dare him, Will. The 991, I assume that. It's a very good livery that Will has on that 991 car though. He's down in P35 at the moment, T Racing. camera angle from us there. So the formation lap is underway then. You can see on the track map on the left hand side, a big train of cars is about to get started. Have live student and everything today, so hopefully drivers won't be acting out too much. And it is a 4-hour race, so lap 1 isn't the most important part of it, but who knows wins the grid. So, final few corners then. We'll try and get a decent angle for the start of this grid. TV camera 2 might have been better for the first corner. We can see them all piling into double file into the final 2 corners now though. So, in for 4 hours of Imola. Green light is going to be underway soon. It is a late start here at Imola, but we're going to get a view of all the cars piling in towards the rear of the grid. I'll switch the camera further back, so all around in the final corner. It's still going, 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 and done. So that is all cars lined up on grid. We've got just over 45 cars which are racing with us today, and we're running around the second corner of the straight. Lines away soon. Going to be Emirates leading the grid away. Debbie leading from tomorrow, making up the top 3, and they're going to be trying to get a decent run down into the first corner. We're underway. Green lights. The 0 Point Mustang has moved over to cover off from Culture Getty behind, which is done so. Emirates is covering the right hand side of the track. Smoke and all sorts. Looks up the inside, doesn't make the move though. Emirates is away and nice. Takes a little bit of the curbs on the entrance, but has got away nice and clean with about 2/10 to the USB behind in the Toyota Sports. McLaren looks like the rest of the grid has got away fairly well. We have got a couple yellow flags just behind, which seems like most people have been able to get through, so I think the race should be good to continue. A couple of cars trying to rejoin now as well. Nothing too major, so I think we'll continue with it as it is. Emirates is up in front, leading the grid. He's got about 6/10 behind. To Eusebi, who's currently defending off from Sergei Tumara behind. And Brogan Dyer has made his way up into P4 as well in that 0 Point Mustang. It's been an incredible start from him, but of course that Mustang's straight line power is pretty good. Seems like drivers go back where those that were involved in the lap 1 incidents, which is good to see. We've got 3 hours and 58 minutes left of this race. The Sergei Tumara and McLaren has had a little bit of a moment on the exit there. That's going to set them back a little bit of a way now, and that Mustang is going to be chasing down the start-finish straight. McLaren's going to have to fend off like anything to get rid of that Mustang on this straight. He's going to need a decent exit and not get any sort of spin or anything. So, good exit on that corner there, and he's around the final corner, and he's going to be looking in his rearview mirror for the next 10 seconds or so now. Further down the grid, Eric Mora in the Aston Martin. He's putting some pressure on Stanzione, who is currently in his starting position in that yellow Ferrari. Bastian Holter just behind, about 7/10, has made himself into nice and clean air. Marek van Nimmen behind is putting some pressure on his Marcia in front, and his teammate Bobo just behind is making a dive into the first corner on the outside. He's going to slip back behind and try and get a better exit on this Mercedes. That Mercedes taking all of the corner possible. That's going to give Bobo another run down this straight, but it looks like Mercedes has got the raw power, at least for now. Further up front, Berksoy is looking for a move on the Mustang of Peltari. As we can see as well, Tamara is again trying to get behind Usby in the battle of McLarens. Eric Mora is about 2/10 down from Stanzione, still going to go on board with them, see what they can do, so it gives us a good view of the rest of the grid. They need a good exit on this straight now. That seems like a lot of grid. A lot of space to be made up further behind us, about 3.5 second gap down in P20 from Gelly, who looks like they've had a bad start or caught up with something. front to humour that gap is. You can see on the track map on the right hand side. Eric Imola is looking for a move down the inside on this Ferrari in front of them. Now they're going to be braking late, but the Ferrari brakes late and potentially missing the apex, which gives Eric Imola a bit of a run into the final few corners now. We're going to keep an eye on the front as well though, because it looks like Brogan Dyer is all over the rear of that McLaren in front. And it looks like Sergei Tamara has made a move now on Yuzabi, who's potentially struggling for speed on this straight here. We can see in Helicam now as the 0 Point Racing Mustang looks up the inside into turn 1. A little bit of contact, a little bit of door banging into the first corner, but Yuzabi's going to stick around the outside again. A little bit of door banging, goes over the yellow curbs, and that's a move being done by Brogan Dyer in that Mustang now. Name looks for a move on Yuzabi as well, who was dropping back place after place at the start of this race. But 4 hours to go is more than enough time, and with Eric Dreyer in the car later on, he should be good enough to stick P5. Brogan Dyer is now about a second behind Sergei Tamara after the side-by-side into the first corners. But he's going to be chasing like he can to get back up to Sergei Tamara. So Name is again looking to get that position on. Now I'm not sure Yuzabi is going to give up as much as he can. Further behind Van Nimmen and Borbor, and now one after the other. It looks like Borbor's had a phenomenal start in that number 12 Ferrari there. You can see his teammate just up in front, putting pressure on Martia. And it is a bit of a chain of Ferraris at the moment as Martia is leading Ferrari. But like I said earlier, there's a good split between the grids, so not many drivers are all combined, and it's good to see a Mercedes, an Audi so far up the grid. Speaking of, Bastian Holter again found himself a nice comfortable gap in that Audi. You can see in front about 6/10 and behind about 6/10 as well, so he's not got anything to worry about now. And it looks like there's been some contact between Yuzabi and the 484 Mercedes. They're just trying to rejoin now. I'm not entirely sure what happened between those two drivers. Looks like the Mercedes trying to give him that place back. We'll go back and see if we can see what happened here. So the Mercedes dives down the inside, it looks like, into this corner here. Turns to the corner as he should do, and contact was made. Yuzabi was spun, and everyone has overtaken. So yeah, pretty much a textbook mistake there from both drivers. The Mercedes made a dive down the inside, was too late for it. Yuzabi was turning into the corner as he was entitled to, and the stewards probably gave a verdict for that. We might see a penalty for that Mercedes later on in the race. But looks like a decent start for everyone else. On the track map, we've still got decent groupings of drivers. Number 81 looks like they've suffered a bad start. Number 81 Mercedes, that is, and looks like kind of a 93 Sachin Darkness has also had a bad start. They're down in 45 at the moment. But the rest of the grid, as I said, is off to a phenomenal start, and Emirates is one of those drivers who's now got himself a 4-second lead at the start of this race in just 7 minutes. That number 33 Ferrari is in a very comfortable spot. However, Samper Peltari is on the rear of Holter now. The Audi is trying to defend for its life, which it should have a good job of doing so. Camp 57 Humor looks like they've had a bit of a spin off. There's quite a lot of damage on that Mercedes. We'll see if we can find out what happened between these two. Side by side with the Mercedes number 24, a little bit of contact at the front, and they've just sent wide. That looks like it was net curd to me. Of course, Mercedes on the inside will be at fault there, more than likely. Looks like they've returned to the garage now, which is a big shame. Seems like they might have had some suspension or other damage, which has meant they are now in the garage. But hopefully they get back out, get back racing, so that they continue the next couple of hours. The wrecker then is all the way on the rear of the number 888 Mustang, who's had a good start from their starting position. Now the drivers have moved up 3 places in that number 888 Mustang, whereas the wrecker in the Interceptors 224 McLaren has moved down 6 places. Name after the contact is now down in P14 as well. They started obviously in P4, so they've dropped a lot of places. A little bit of a battle and a bit of a scrap going on in front between the Ferrari of Borbor and Picana, but looks like Borbor's backed out of that one and is now under pressure from them in the Mercedes behind. That Mercedes does have a lot of power behind it, so that Ferrari is going to have to get some decent exits and some decent corners to pull away from it. But speaking of good starts then, Bastian Holter is all the way up in P5, 7 places since the start of this race. And in that Audi, that is a good job indeed. They've got a little bit of pressure from Peltari, who's moved it 3 places since the start of this race, but he should be able to fend off fairly well from it. But we've got a yellow flag further down the grid, a car number 30. Trying to find them, didn't he? That's number 81. Sydney's rejoining the circuit now. Not entirely sure what's happened there, but they've joined okay. Looking at gaps then, Wrecker again all the way on the rear of that Mustang. Trying to stick with the action on these guys. 224 McLaren. Breaking into the second to last corner, we'll go on board with them right behind this Mustang. Mustang does have that straight line speed obviously, but if the McLaren can get a decent exit, they'll have the slipstream to go down. And I'll put 1 second currently closest gap on the grid. Got spread out down the straight. Eric Mora up front is looking for a little turn one, but doesn't try to go for it. But Toy in 78 BMW is going to keep his position. Now we'll see if we can see anything from these guys. Looks like a bit of gravel touch from cars in front. Wrecker is still behind that number 8 Mustang. No move was made into the first corner. But Van Nimmen has now got past Marte. Let's see if we can have a look at that. Gets a little bit unsteady on the exit out of that corner, and just a plain textbook move around the outside for Van Nimmen there, who's now found himself up into P9. Further down the grid, Alberto Marino is about 0.6 seconds back from Kragnas, the other Raptor Virtual Racing Ferrari, and Kragnas himself is only 0.3 seconds back from Allegon in the Raptor Virtual Racing McLaren. So a lot of drivers from the RVR group down the grid today, which is good to see. These guys are going to be battling out between each other for P21. So Gelli is also just behind Matti Nikkonen in Aston Martin. Yes, Aston Martin looking spectacular there. About 0.4, 0.7 seconds or so. Looks like Allegon's had a little bit of a moment actually, potentially on the exit of a corner. Head back for a second, see what happens. Up and down into the corner, a little bit unsteady on the exit. They're going to cut across. Slow exit for them. Looks like it just let the teammate by. So yeah, that's how it happens. They're down now in P24. Kragnas has been promoted into P21. He's going to be chasing down Gavrikov in 20. Another place change, Eric Mora has been overtaken by Van Nimmen, who is on an absolute flyer at the moment. He's had a good stint so far. Down the start finish straight, and he's made his way into 8 in front of Eric Mora. Paltasari up front, Rogan Dyer, they're both about 0.3 seconds between each other respectively. In this gap here now, Paltasari has been trying to overtake this DB3 Motorsport Audi for quite some time now. Speaking of, Holter has made his way about 0.4 seconds back behind Stanzione as well, so close between these drivers all around. Brogan Dyer still on the rear of Tamara. That's about 0.2 seconds back. Usby, who was in this position at the start of the race, is now down to P11. They've got about 1 second gap in front and behind. Eric Dreyer, his teammate, is probably not going to be the most impressed with the performance so far, but it wasn't their fault that they were had some contact, and the drivers are very understanding when stuff like this happens. So they're going to be looking for at least the top 5 result by the end of this race, but 3 hours and 50 minutes remaining. I don't have any doubts in my mind that that'll happen. So Andrea Martire, 4 seconds behind Eric Mora. Eric Mora we've just seen overtaken by Van Nimmen, who's on an absolute blast of a race so far. Further down the grid, looks like Michael Firth and Wrecker are having a little bit of a contact here. There's 5 cars going out of one corner, as it looks like Michael Firth is the winner coming out of this section here. Number 404 Mercedes has made his way comfortably past the pack of drivers there. Wrecker made the way past the number 888 Mustang as well. The train of cars followed up by Nikkonen now heading down in start finish straight for the 7th lap of the race. What happened to Dreyer and Usby's car, so I'll go back and show you actually. 40 had contact with 484, minute down into the final corner at the 484. Mercedes dove the inside too late, a little bit of contact on the rear which spun Usby's car and gained as a result. This is one of them wasn't gained as a result actually, but the positions were lost by Eusebi. So now down to P11, and the name Mercedes actually now down in 21, so they've had a bad start to this race so far. A decent pace on this car though, so they should be easily able to get up to the top 10. Gavrikov for Mercedes is now looking to get past that number 888 Mustang, who's trying to gauge a bit of sense for where they are. They're up down 2 positions. Actually, since the start of this race, there's been a change for P2, as I've been told in which chart. Let's see if I can find where that happened. That might have been the second to last corner. Oh no, it was even before that. As now Brogan Dyer is sat in P2 with Sergei Tamara sat just behind. If I can go further back, that's but now Tamara is going to be the one chasing for that position. No, again, it looks like it was even earlier into the lap, so Brogan must have got that done towards the start of the lap, which is good to see. Bastian Holter, about 0.3 seconds down on Stanzione now. The Audi is chasing that Ferrari for the part of the first 15 minutes of this race. Further down the grid, Michael Firth has been overtaken by Vibreca now. Vibreca's having a bit of a blast up here. He has dropped 5 places from his starting position, but good pace so far has allowed them to gain some positions from what they lost. Grid is definitely spreading out now. Polarino down in P29 is just behind Agreed Loki. That Avocado Porsche just in front is trying to fend off. Aaron will go aboard with Flavio now to see what we can do. There's a lot of damage on the rear of that Porsche. Must have had some rear end contact at some point. Bearing Porsche now. We head into sector 2. Let's see who gets the bearings in this corner. Not that I expect conditions to be made for this great. So it looks like Porsche again has got the better exit and the change over. So change has been made between Larson and Sismoniak. Like Sismoniak made that move in the previous corner, and now Dennis Larson in Sub-Zero Porsche is defending off from Wilson, who I believe is actually a flag behind. So Nike in 0.2, 0.3 seconds back from Michael Firth now. These drivers have been caught for quite a bit of a big battle so far. 5-car battle earlier on. And Nike the way back. Carno in the Audi 2 is just behind Usby. As we know from the start, had a little bit of contact with the number 484 Mercedes and is now trying to maintain their position. Pit stop. Sergei Tamara's dropping back from Brogan Dyer, who's got some incredible pace. That Mustang, they're about 8 seconds down from Emirates. We've got some pretty good pace. Fastest lap of the race so far is currently 1:41.1, and no one has been able to replicate or even come close to that. They've really only been 15 minutes, feels like an hour already. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's been so much action that's going on, it feels like a decent amount of the race has passed as Reed Loki is trying to make the move on the other way around. Actually, Polarino is making a move on Loki in the Avocado Porsche, and that's been done into that corner. Rather strange place to make an overtake. It's not the cleanest, oh sorry, not the safest of places to get it done, but Polarino did it, and they're now up into P28. Adamczyk further down in the Vandal ACM BMW, spectacular livery that they've got on this car. Let's try and get a closer look if we can at some ACM sponsors. Eventually, those are always good to see. BMW is looking to make a move on Matt Denning, DM Racing BMW. Gossel is also fending off in his Porsche. Patrick Listers. Listers is also looking for a move on Jack Dyer, who's in the Nissan. It was good to see a Nissan, and it's good to see a Nissan in such a high position as well. They're up in P25 at the moment, just behind. Eric Mora, who we were on with earlier, is managed to catch himself in line with Van Nimmen in front. He's having a spectacular race so far, and is currently side by side with the BMW of Bergside. That corner, as expected with that chicane, really, but now he's going to be facing a little bit of pressure from Eric Mora behind. They come down into the second to last corner of this lap then. It's the 11th lap of the race so far. 20 minutes down, we've had a lot of action so far. Looks like Van Nimmen's got a 15-second penalty for some reason. We'll have to have a look at the incident report to see what that was for. Do that now. There's a bit of an incident there as he gets a little bit of contact into the first corner. He sent the BMW off with him wide as well. I'm going to go back and see if I can what happened on Helicam there as he's coming down into the first corner. He's in the slipstream behind. He looks like he switches to the inside at the last minute there. Maybe the Aston might have had something to do with it. No, just not enough space on the inside there. Contact was made. Both cars sent off track, and that's given Van Nimmen a drop back down into P14, which is unfortunate to see. He was having a blistering race so far. And he's now going to have to do it all again. But Romain Bourbeau, his teammate, is still up in P12, still having a decent race, and is currently fending off from Ellie behind, who started, I believe, in P7. Yes, he did. So he's lost 6 places since the start. Same with Eusebi up in front, who's dropped 9 places, but they're currently looking to get back up to their positions. The number 240 McLaren is about 5 seconds down on Picano. The Audi in front. So we'll go on board with the rear wing, maybe then we'll see what's actually see what's happening, because I know what Eusebi was putting a little bit of pressure on Picano, but he's dropped back to this lap. So Eusebi's down in P11 at the moment. Bourbeau's right behind him, 0.5 seconds behind. We've got Gelly right behind him as well. It's currently the closest section of cars on track. Drivers are heading into turn 1. Still a little bit of separation between the 2 drivers has been changed. Marino and Gavrikov behind now. The police BMW, Polizia Local. The Admiral name, the number 44 Mercedes, which we still have a contact with at the start, is now in 19, second behind like a Firth. 404 Mercedes, the flag rear. Blitz Racing is all over the rear of Rebecca. We know that you guys have been battling for quite some time now, and it looks like Firth has been having a good couple of laps, with the last lap being about 6/10 faster than Rebecca in front. She's going to be trying to keep that going for the time being. A little bit wide, probably invalidating the lap. Actually managed to be able to get a decent run on Rebecca, but there's no overtaking opportunities into this section. They exit into the final sector of this lap. Not too far back to make a move into this corner. Bergsoy overtaken by Picano now. Introduced a 5th car into this battle, as it looks like there's a blue flag on the side, which I must overtake. But Picano's gone wide, it seems like, up front there. We'll try and cut to it. Looks like Picano and Bergsoy are now side by side, with the Eusebi making contact, and there's contact on the exit there. The Audi's being spun round, they've got back into the action, but it looks like Eusebi might have potentially made a little bit of contact on things of that corner, which has led to that incident there. So they come around in second to last corner. BMW's on the inside. BMW made the move, taps the rear of the Audi, sends them spinning around, and then it looks like Simon tapped the rear of Yuki as well. All drivers got going. Some penalties handed out for that contact there, which is unfortunate to see, but it happens when cars are so close together. Patrick Bistus is so close to Halagon's Raptor Virtual Racing McLaren. He's going to make a move down into turn 1. We'll go to the headicam for this view. Side by side, late on the brakes. He's going to try and meet the apex, which he does, a little bit wide on the second apex, which is going to give the McLaren a little bit of a run, but managed to keep it clean. And now that McLaren's fending from the Nissan of Dyer, so we'll switch back to them and see what Dyer can do this lap in Nissan. So Nissan's all over the rear. That Nissan's doing pretty well considering it's in the mechanical 26 at the moment, but it's for the inside move up the corner and he gets it done. That Nissan's been absolutely on a phenomenal performance so far, and Halligan's dropped 2 places with the first 2 laps, so needs to find some decent consistency any further back. Michael Firth still 0.3 seconds back from Rebecca. Iman 0.5 seconds back from Usby. We just saw the contact between all of those. Meccano's got a little bit more work to do now that he's been dropped down into P14. That contact that was made just the previous lap has down a little bit. Patrick Gelly was the big winner out of that one, who has now made a move on Bobo into the final corner, which looks like it was a fairly easy move as well, as Bobo took a wider line on the final corner. More damage on that Ferrari though, potentially impacting the straight line speed of number 373 Ferrari. But Romain Bobo is all over the rear of that and he's looking for a move into turn 1. He doesn't brake late, he doesn't go for it, he decides to keep it clean, which is probably the best course of action, as a late change and a late defend from Tringelli. Front behind the other Raptor Virtual Racing is all over Usby to come down into this corner. We're going to be side by side into the couple of chicanes there. Usby's still on the outside, he's been pushed off track there, which means he's retained his position, and now Picano's looking for the move on the inside of Uzebi, so this is some fantastic action going on. Uzebi's got the better exit of the 2 cars there. Going to be a run between the Audi and the McLaren up into the end of sector 2. Looks like Usby's going to keep that position. The Audi slots in behind, with Van Nimmen just behind these guys as well. Name has made his way past Naikkonen now. Looks like Naikkonen had a bad exit in the previous corner and Name was able to slip past nicely. Michael Firth again still on the rear of Verreca in that McLaren. It looks like Verreca's going to have a tough time defending for it, but Picano once again 0.1 seconds behind you. So we want to stick on this action here and maybe even watch it from the interior cam of Van Nimmen to see what you can see. He's got a bad exit on this corner. Picano looks like he's got a decent exit to use. They're all over the rear of each other. See if Picano makes a move down the inside, and he does, but brakes later, still manages to get the apex, which is the nice line from Zebi, and Picano's having to slot back into his position. So incredible racing going on so far. If you are in the chat, say hello. If you want us to watch anyone in particular, we can do. Obviously we've got 3 hours and a half left of this race, so I'm looking for all the entertainment. Yeah. 0.1 seconds between Picano and Usby. We've seen this before, but he's not going to make a move into turn 1. He gets a better line than Usby there, so he's going to have a decent run as Usby's rear is slipping all over the place as he goes a little bit wide. Keeps it on track though, so keeps a decent exit. Picano looks like he lifted a little bit on the exit there, but Van Nimmen's all the way up the inside and has made the move done into that corner. That's what he tried to do on Uzebi the lap previously before being kicked off track, but now he's going to be searching to get past Usby now. So in the space of what looked like Picano trying to overtake Usby, Nimmen got the better exit of all 3 of them and has made his way past Picano. So incredible to see, and now he's flashing Usby as well, which I think he's wanting to get that position returned after the contact that was made by Usby. Obviously we do have live steward in this race. You can see the penalties being incoming on the left hand side, with 15-second penalty for Van Nimmen, 5-second penalty for Picano, 10-second penalty for Shellsteed, further down might be some more, so we've got a 10-second penalty for Agreed Lukey. Adamczyk has got a 10-second penalty as well. Castells 15-second penalty. Linelli has got 25-second penalty. Extreme has got himself a 15-second penalty as well, and he's currently running in last place. So certainly some action going on so far. We're about halfway into the first hour of the race. Bastian Holter's on the rear of Peltari still. It looks like Peltari's actually got past Holter, and it's given Stanzione, who they were battling for earlier, a little bit of a clean air run. Tamara's still just behind Brogan Dyer. Brogan Dyer's still got some phenomenal pace on to keep P2. But Emirates is just going faster and faster in that or it's going to be a quiet race for them if they can keep this up. 41 flat is currently the fastest lap, which is actually faster than the qualifying lap. So if that puts the pace that Emirates is at into perspective, I'm not sure what else will. Van Nimmen then still 0.3 seconds from Debbie. He's looking to gain what he can. There's a Lamborghini on the inside that's going the circuit. 3 seconds. 4 seconds back that Van Nimmen is. That McLaren in front. He's got a decent amount of space in front. It's been a jam-packed, full of action first half an hour this race has, and we've still got some close gaps all over the grid. I'm trying to keep up with the action where I can, but it's pretty difficult with this amount of drivers. Like Patrick is giving way to Jack Dyer now, put an indicator on and just allowing him to get by, so maybe there was some prior contact or a prior incident that happened between you guys. But Jack Dyer is now up in P24 at Nissan, which you can see. Chanel Steed with that 10-second penalty that we mentioned earlier is up in P23. Seconds back from Gavrikov, who I think has not had the best of starts so far. Yeah, down 6 positions from their start. Jack Dyer, on the other hand, what an absolute incredible performance from himself. And to be fair, from Patrick Vistas behind, both of them increasing 18 positions at the start. Both starting in P43 and 42 respectively, so they managed to keep it clean, probably avoiding all of the lap 1 contact, and finding themselves in top 25, which is key. So, looks like now Jack Dyer is going around the outside of Schnellsteed into the corner, and that's been a clean move done, almost so clean that I missed it there. Schnellsteed really had no chance to defend against that, and instead has made contact at the inside, which is going to be a penalty for him, as that Nissan has now been overtaken by Patrick Vistas, who we saw giving way to him just a lap prior. So that's unfortunate to see, but Jack Dyer so far, as I said, incredible performance from him, so he's going to be trying to keep it open, keeping it going where he can. Top 20 is definitely on cards for him. Speaking of top 20, Ronald Name is currently 0.3 seconds back from Michael Firth. Michael Firth has dropped back slightly from his battle with Rebecca up front, but a bad exit from Name has been, and then he's got a little bit more gap and peace on his mind now. Further up front, Tamara is now 0.2 seconds back from Rogan Dyer. I'm not going to miss this battle this time because it's been good before. He's all over the rear. Looks like some blue flags have been causing Dyer some problems. Not 100% usage of the exit curbs there. A little bit twitchy. Tamara is going to slip into the slipstream behind that Mustang. It's a BMW on the inside as a blue flag, so hopefully they give way, which they are doing so now, I believe. As Tamara is going to look for the outside line, maybe going to switch to the inside now. Nope, confirms to the outside. Doesn't break as late as I thought. A little bit of a bump on the inside, and Brogan's going to have to cut the corner now, as Tamara is going to make that position gain. So therefore, I think that's going to be a penalty for Tamara, as Brogan has now dropped down into P3 and is a little bit back now as well, about 2.5 seconds. He's alright for P4 though. P4 is about 0.7 seconds back from Dyer, so decent pace to be able to catch up, and of course if he stays within 5 seconds, that penalty that was applied to Tamara will push him back. Closest battle that we've got up front so far, looks like Mora's had a little bit of an off. That's Aston Martin as Martyr has been able to pass themselves, but the closest battle is Peltari, Mustang 151. He's about 0.7 seconds back from Stanzione. Ferrari in front. Van Nimmen's 0.2 seconds back from Usby. We cut to them just as they're going through this corner here, as Usby's in a bit of a Raptor Virtual Racing sandwich at the moment. Got Romain Bolbor in front and Van Nimmen behind, as Van Nimmen's all over. He's even looking at the inside of that corner, which I never thought would be a thing. But there's a little bit of contact between the two drivers, and he's made that position again, so I'm not sure what the stewards will think about that contact, as Usby was pushed slightly wide, but maybe the position was already gained by that point. We'll see what the verdict is on that later, but for now, Usby is now pushed back down into 13 with Picano, the driver that he had contact with earlier, just behind. getting back to the action then. Van Nimmen's all the way on the back of his teammate, Ryan Bobo in the Ferrari. It's about between the Ferraris. We'll switch to Hemicam, come into the corner. Van Nimmen's got an exceptional speed down this straight as he makes the move done potentially before the first corner. Maybe Bobo's had a little bit of ease, maybe some team orders have been gone in there, but it looks like Van Nimmen's taken too much speed into that first corner and has actually gone and dropped back behind his teammate, who, yeah, it looks like there was some team orders there to give that position, but rather dangerously behind, having to brake to avoid. So Van Nimmen's now back up into P11. It looks like Bobo might have given him that position just so he can get that 15-second gap, or at least try and make advantage of as much gap as possible. Obviously he's got a 15-second penalty applied, so when they do come into their pit stops in about 26 minutes or so, they are going to want to serve in that 15 seconds. So speaking of pit stops, there is a 65-minute timer that is active today. Those drivers that have already pitted won't be in sync with everyone else, but the drivers certainly up at the top will have to pit before the 65-minute marker, and I think most will probably do it on the hour marker itself. Not much benefit in gaining about 5 minutes worth of time. It's certainly a train of cars here now, as it looks like there's a flag just these guys, but the two Raptor Virtual Racing Ferraris are certainly looking good on the comms at the moment. Both drivers down into the final two corners. I'm going to be trying to get past that blue flag McLaren, who's going to stick to his line. That's the number 31. Not sure entirely what they're doing. That's Timothy Didney, who's holding up the drivers behind. You can see the train of cars that he's leaving, and it looks like Van Nimmen and Bobo are being forced to fight because of it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now into turn one, whether Romain and Bobo on the left hand side will back out for Van Nimmen on the right hand side, which he does, and Van Nimmen is trying to look down the inside. The flag's gone off and Bobo's gone off as well. He's been dropped back from the Audi's on the outside. There's been contact with Bobo, and that's what happens when blue flags don't give way, really. Yes, he's not entitled to, but yes, he did have a straight and he should have realistically backed out to avoid a little bit of a collision like that. Picano's now being dropped down into P13. Viveka's been promoted into P13. It looks like he is about 4.2 seconds back from Van Nimmen, who's equally about 4.2 seconds back from Kutrin now. And yeah, that was pretty messy, but again, these drivers are just too aggressive for the blue flags that are around them. Those blue flags maybe should have given way down the straight, as we recommended in the briefing, but we'll leave it to the stewards and we'll see what the verdict on that is later. So Armel Nim is about 0.3 seconds back from the fellow Mercedes. Seconds between these guys. We'll hop on board to see what happens here. Michael Firth is respectively 0.3 seconds back from Picano in that Audi. Goes slightly wide, touches the yellows curves, but no negative impact. They're coming down into the final three corners. Picano's going to be defending, looking for rear view mirror now. Dive has been made from Michael Firth. Our name is keeping back fair and square. They go down into turn one. Michael Firth is still 0.3 back. Alan Nahum slips slightly further back, but this is the current closest of the battles. It looks like Michael Firth is going to try and load for a move up the inside now. It's going to be three wide, but three cars in one, as Picano's still stuck to his position. That number 3T2 behind the 224. Bit of a mouthful of numbers there. As they go after another, Michael Firth slightly wide, and there's been contact and he's been spun. That's unfortunate to see, really. That was such an easily avoidable contact from Aaron Name. Just a little bit of a lift of the gas and the contact wouldn't have been made, but that means that Michael Firth has now dropped back into P18, P19 even after a blistering start that he had from 21 into 14. But 3.5 hours left, he's got more than enough time to get it back. He needs to get his consistency back in the game and try and avoid the drivers spitting him out like just happened. That looks like he's been back behind Timothy Didney, that blue flag that took him away earlier, so he's going to have to get back past him. So hopefully a lot easier than last time. We'll go back on with Picano and with Wrecker though. There's this battle. Picano's much later on the brakes into the second to last corner there. Having to take avoiding action to not hit the McLaren in front there. Looks like that'll be made in this section. Sergei Tamara still in front of Brogan Dyer. Brogan Dyer is now about 3 seconds back from Tamara, so no major improvements. They might get something on the pit stops though, and when that 5-second penalty or 10-second or whatever penalty it is for Tamara that comes in, Brogan back up P2. They have both been gaining though on Sammy Peltari, who's staying at 5-1. They're currently not too far in front of Holter. Holter's been having a pretty good race so far, not too much to deal with in that Audi. The Audi. They're at 0.6 seconds back from Peltari at the moment. Eric Mora about 1 second back from Stanzione. Stanzione's had quite a lot of drivers close behind him, but not too much side-by-side action so far. It's honestly probably fairly good for him to see side-by-side action with all guys. I'm looking forward to seeing what Stanzione can do. Speaking of, 3 seconds now between Holter and Altari. There's getting a better line through this corner. Going to try and get a better exit on Mustang here. He's going to have to slipstream down the straight, but that Mustang's raw acceleration is just going to be too much for as they are now rounding into the 23rd lap of the race. 0.2 seconds still between these guys. Further back, Garner still 0.3, 0.4 seconds back from the Wrecker. I'm keeping an eye on that to see if there's any position changes. They're going to be heading into turn 1 soon enough, so I might see if the slipstream benefits these guys. 0.2 seconds, not 1. Getting closer. He's not going to make a dive probably though, no he doesn't. Kicks through his line. The McLaren's broken slightly too late, but he's kept nice corner. Turn 1 and turn 2. Dono again is going to be sticking behind. Major activity there. Patrick Bijters, who is just making an off-track overtake on Gavrikov, who's at the inside, is going to have a time for this corner. Has to back out due to the tight line that he had to take. He loses the rear a bit, but he's kept it on track, so that's all there. He's going to have to catch back up and try and gain that position again when he can. It looks like Picano's had a little bit of a moment at some point there, as he overtook track. As you can see, yeah, it looks like he's been spun or maybe had some contact by himself and has dropped down from where he was. He's now down in P17 from P14 slot, so he's down 4 places so far, and he's now got Nikon right behind him. Bastian Holter then, still 0.2 seconds. Like probably again, guys. Picano's pressure from both Berth and Nikon. Kelly is up the inside, down at the start-finish straight. It's going to be looking for a move into the first corner. They throw on the brakes, probably try and make a move. There's an BMW in front. Might be. They're going to have to give way at some point. Eric Mora is right behind Stanzione. I was saying that I want these guys to battle, so it looks like we might hopefully have some form of that soon. 2 seconds, 10 between the 2 guys. Aston Martin is a very powerful car, perhaps. The fastest that there is actually. I could recommend any car for you, the Aston Martin, so it could be an interesting battle. This Eric Mora has been able to take it with P8 so far. He's looking for a P7 move as they come to finish the 25th lap of the race. Both getting a fairly equal exit there, but Bergsoy scrapping with Kutringelli behind as well. Try and keep my eye on both of these battles. I'll switch on to Mora as they are coming down at the start and finish straights. Mora, great Aston Martin, is going to be trying to get the slipstream from that Ferrari, whatever he can get from it. But the straight line speed of that Ferrari is nowhere near where it needs to be, and Eric Mora is going to try and switch, but there's a blue flag. Wow, that probably would have been a move if it was a blue flag, but it's very lucky that Eric Mora actually spotted that blue flag, otherwise it could have ended a lot worse than it did. We've probably seen a Porsche all the way up in the camera lens. Nonetheless, he's still all over the rear of him. You're looking for a move into the 26th lap race. Raikkonen and Michael Firth have had a position change. Michael Firth has taken it down the straight before even turn 1 has happened. Raikkonen is now down P19, doing very well for himself from his start. And Michael Firth again having a contact not too long ago, just suffering from. As I said earlier, if you're in the chat and you want us to switch to anyone, or you want to speak up, please do. And obviously, with 3 hours and 15 minutes left of the race, plenty of action to happen. Alright then, so Martyr is 0.5 seconds back from Bastian Holter. Obviously we saw Holter battling Valtteri. About half a second between these guys all over. Battle between Paul at the moment. Couple battles further down the grid, it looks like we've got 24, that's Halagon racing looking to move on Marino. Kana and Zatruk. Kana obviously having a little bit of a spin long ago. But I think we'll stick to this one for now. BMW. BMW back mark just not to worry about them. 8.7 indicating the left, he's going to give way out, he's going to try and get a little bit of a slipstream out of it, but probably actually lost more time because of it. If he can run it, it's like Andrea Martyr is going to be much closer than originally anticipated. Looks like we've had some penalties coming in then, so Brogan Dyer's got a 5-second penalty for contact which has happened before. Eric Mora's got 25 seconds applied to him. Erksoy 5 seconds and Van Nimmen 15 seconds. Got 5 seconds applied to him. Name's got 5 seconds applied. Kano's got 5 seconds applied. Eric Dyer's got 5 seconds applied as well. Halagon's got a 5-second penalty. Gavrikov's got a drive-through penalty. Shelsteed has got a 15-second penalty. Adamczyk has got a 10-second penalty. Rick's got a 25-second penalty. Matt Denning's got a 5-second penalty. Canino's got a 30-second penalty. Castle's got a 15-second penalty, and Agreed Luki has got a 10-second penalty. And he's still got their 25-second penalty. Byron Wilson has got a 5-second penalty, and Gamer Extreme has got 30 seconds applied. So, 50 minutes into the race then, where do we currently stand? Well, 2 drivers have withdrawn from the race, but 44 is still on grid. Couple changes up front. Emirates is leading by 20 seconds now with the fastest lap, 24 flat. Brogan Dyer's got a 5-second penalty down in 3, but I think we're expecting a 5-second penalty from Sergei Timara, who's currently in P2, but 5 seconds Brogan Dyer. Peltari has been battling for quite some time now with Holter and Martyr behind. Martyr is on an absolute flyer of a race so far, up from P15 up in P6 at the moment. That's 9 positions gained in just minutes, and is now looking for a 10th position gain on Holter in front. And after that, I assume Peltari is going to be the target. He's the carbon Mustang just in front of these guys as Holter misses the apex, gets a little bit steady on the exit. Still makes a faster exit compared to the number 16 Ferrari. Number 779, might have been some contacts to guys. There's a Lamborghini in the wall. That might be fleet who barrier there they are. Hopefully they're going to get going enough. And then Brandon there. Hope you would get an eye on that. Martia, 16, car number 16 is 0.3 seconds back. Halter. Trying to keep an eye on the now. It looks like they've got movement now. Attention. Further into the barrier. They're still on the outside, so I'm not sure entirely what the plan is or the A game is for this one. We'll go back on with the action at top though, because Martia and Halter are all over each other. There's been a position change as usually. Looks like he's been overtaken on the exit by Name and Wrecker. Having a good race as well so far. Great comeback from where they started, at least. Seconds now between Name and Wrecker as Name goes wide on the exit. So, soon enough, we should start seeing pit stops come in. Time penalties will get applied, and all of the grid will be shuffled up in their order. Hefty penalties like Eric Mon, 25 seconds. That'll put them down to about 11. Again, Van Nimmen, 15-second penalty is going to have put down probably at least 17. So drivers who don't have 15-second, 5-second or 10-second penalties, such as Michael Firth, are going to gain quite a few positions. Currently only going to gain one from Garner, potentially another from Van Nimmen. But if you look at probably the biggest gain, Frank has over Wrecker, quite a significant amount of places, it's not providing any street to pit lane. We're on board with Kelly at the moment, who's just behind Berksoy's BMW. Also to background. Porsche kind of much second back Ferrari there. Potentially give away to drivers who try to sit on the outside well, which is an interesting move, but it works. Done, which is good. And now Kutspring Nelly is looking for a move, caught the grass on the entrance there, but has managed to keep it tucked in and is now slotted behind Berksoy BMW. Further up front, the battle for Martia, Halter and Altari is still going on. And that's changes. Now we'll stick with front. Let's go Kelly and Berksoy as 7-3 Ferrari is very eager to get a move in there. There's a couple of meters guys in now. Van Nimmen is looking to get into the action in his Ferrari. You're just looking for the gap, just saying, hey, I'm here. Door open, can I make a move? It's worse to exit in that Ferrari, expecting that corner, but Francesco is on. Yeah. Great time so I can listen now. Hello Ben, how's work? And an incredible first hour so far, so many drivers having battles. Francesco's currently being squeezed to the wall by the BMW Berksoy. Have to probably back out now after that little bit of contact. But I'm going to have changes first on. I'm just going to have a look at this quickly as these drivers are supposed to be looking at the inside of Volta. Second sector, first lap. No change made there so far though. Further down the grid, looks like Borbor is the first driver to take a pit stop. Of top leading drivers, he's gone in just 53 minutes taking their pit stop. Early they've got a bit of damage as well, so they're going to be delayed by that. Their tyre change and the tyre change and fuel take up some time. So the first to come in, and more drivers coming in hopefully later. See him again all over the rear of Yelly. He's gone for a move inside. Fairly clean there. No sort of hassle between there at all. I think Ellie is maybe just in that position out of free will, but they're both going into the pit lane at the same time, so maybe that was why the right indicator on, let him by so that he could get into the pit lane easier. So Kutrin Gelly is the second driver to take that stop so far. Volbo and Picano are now also in the pit lane. Pit stop. We'll see who else. And obviously Picano's looking like they've got top go 30 as well, which is a shame to see. They were doing really well, so I'm not sure entirely what happened. Came to the pit lane, came out, got stop go, and have just turned to garage now. But they were having a fantastic race up front, and especially in that Audi as well. So hopefully we see them back out on grid. So then, further up, Name is still on the rear of Wrecker. Michael Firth is catching slowly but surely back up to these guys. About 5 seconds back from who Usby. Obviously Usby, who started in, who's had a bit of an unfortunate race so far, being spun and then spinning someone else and damage from it as well. He's running down in P13 at the moment. Come on, Will, and come on, 7, yes indeed. Will's got a little bit of damage on the front of his Porsche, but it is good to see a Porsche 991 doing so well. 24 at the moment, it's incredible going. And we'll switch on board with Evan as well, who's switched a BLK. So that's pronounced, a Swedish driver who's now in the Reactive Momentum Racing BMW. Name is just behind the Wrecker. Outside, probably not going to get it done. Into the first corner outside there, it's getting Wrecker a nice run into next few corners, but Mercedes got a better line through the second set. Gains. Going to try again on the outside, going to try and get a better line on the inside, and maybe cut to the inside, but not much room at Imola, especially through this section. The fan's very weavy on the exit. Better get used to a 9912 on the grid. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. Especially in your livery as well. It's not often that you can get grid. Van Nimmen then, all over the rear of Berksoy. We saw him making a move earlier on direction. Green. But he's up in P10 at the moment. His race start in P30. Got a little bit of an unlucky first stint. A couple of contacts in there and collision losses, but some very good consistency and pace, and obviously a lot of overtakes that have been made as well. So he's got a little bit of stuff in the second half. First out in the 9 and should be Sunday. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Sunday's race, of course, is Car Arena's Sunday warm-up round. Similar to this, the warm-up round is doesn't count for any championship or anything. He's getting the drivers used to driving. A note on the current situation, stewarding interested in that. We had a couple of contacts during quite so quite a lot of penalties were applied during the race. Qualified. So we've had 13 hits in the qualifying session. So far, 75 during the race. So the stewards have got their workouts. But we'll get it done eventually. Obviously, it's don't get done during the live stream race. The drivers will have time to appeal before. So 2/10 back is Van Nimmen. He's going to have to pit soon. There's 6 minutes left of these drivers' stint time. So you can see a lot more drivers coming in and out of the pit. It looks like Drea's in the car now. He's switched. He's going to be in the car, but was back quickly to Van Nimmen, who's on the outside of Berksoy in the BMW. Let it dive. He's going to try and make a move around the outside, but no, just gives it up and tries to get a better exit instead, which it looks like he has done because Berksoy not had the corners. He's going to try and look from inside. That's very close between those two drivers. He's far enough alongside to be guaranteed the room. He's all the way alongside, and he's made the move. A little bit of clear from Berksoy, but that was a fantastic move by Van Nimmen on 5th lap of. Fantastic job from him, and he's now up in P9 as well. So great to see. Said 6 minutes left of the stint timer, so his hard work is going to be slightly under second penalty, but more than time remaining. Yeah, a load of time penalties. As I said, there was majority of those are actually fine. Every single instant, at least a 5-second penalty. That's what it was from. As this gap is probably going to extend now, so I'm going to switch Bastian. Yeah, it's still behind Altari. Bastian Halter looking to the outside into turn 1. Mustang's braked a lot later, but might not be the corner they have done. So is Bastian Halter in the Audi using a better exit here. It looks like the Mustang in acceleration, not. But no overtaking is going to be done this sector. Later on the brakes, catching the yellow curve, slightly wrong there. So yeah, to still be within 5/10 of the car in front. Panziona is now in the pit lane. Craig Naz is also now in the pit lane. Back Marino and Will Gossel are all. Larson and Matt Benning are their stops. Ellie is still in the pit lane for his stop. I'm not entirely sure if there was a problem with his so far, but he was doing well up until this point. Damshik is also now in the pit lane. Jack Dyer's in the pit lane. Bernardo Breve is coming out. Ferrari. They're going to emerge in what looks like 15. Going, it's be right in front of Sismoniak, who's in the final corner now. Breve has a decent gap around him. But Bastian Holzer has now got past Sorry, as they go into the pit lane. Rogan Dyer's also now in the pit lane, which I assume is going to be John Gray, unless Brogan's going to do a double stint. Like Berksoy's far behind Van Nimmen, almost. As we saw, Van Nimmen is a much faster driver as it currently stands. As you can see in the chat, if you want to get involved with this racing, if you want to get involved with what ACM offers, just as it was. If you want to get involved, go on our Discord. It goes on in there. We run up to about 20 races a week at our peak. So we've got plenty going on. We've also got career mode, which is for the advertisement for at the start. plenty of races coming up in there. 50 races in 2 months. Your cars, contracts, sponsors, teams, and monthly achievements to do. Where to manage, drivers to manage. Basically, whatever you can think of as a simulated career and that of course competition. We've got it. The best thing you can do racing with us as well. Races like these in the future will all count. Career mode, next place in the Discord. So if you want to join us, if you want to get involved in it. Our channel sponsor, Uplay as well. The best place to get cheap games and deals, all the best games, all the best apps, all the best subscriptions. You can get it for Xbox Game Pass, you can get it for, of course, Competizione. For example, Imola you can get for just £2 on there compared to £12 on the Steam store. So it's a saving of 10% there. The majority of the games that you find in there are up to 80% off, so you can save yourself quite a lot of money on games and DLCs that are released. Do it through Uplay. Best thing is you can do it support us by using that link in the chat. So everyone's in the pit lane now. It is only Emirates, I believe, has got about 40 seconds left on the pit timer. He's going to come into the pit lane now to have his pit stops. Tomorrow's pit lane, John Gray, as I said, is now out in Mustang. Tamara has just left the pit lane, and wow, that is a big gap between the guys. John Gray is only just leaving the final corner, and Tamara's already on to second corner. John Gray is not even breaking point. Yeah, that's second gap Tamara's managed to do. Damage repairs that Broken Liar had to do to give to John Gray. When it looks like Halter managed to get past. Now being handed over to Mustafa. Second gap between the guys. And I know that Halter was only a couple of seconds back from his. Obviously, of this gap in penalties. That's why John Gray is so far behind. But as it stands, obviously, there is 3 hours left of the race. Plenty can happen. Drea is now going to move to 40 Aaron. Casey down Ragnas. There's a yellow flag in the ink there. Kelsteed who had an off, but Drea's managed to get himself past fairly easily. Kragnaz there. I think Kragnaz just gave him the position. Obviously, Eric Drea, I think it was a flash of an indicator there from Drea, just saying thank you. As I was saying, Drea is the faster driver of these guys. He's more used to the McLaren at least. He's to be not discredited in any way. He's a fast and clean driver. Drea certainly more used to McLaren. So we'll hopefully be able to pull out a stellar performance, which we're already doing, as it looks like it's going to be 2 position gains in one lap as he goes over the side of the number 888 Mustang there. Very clean performance from Drea so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing. So Melwin has been overtaken by Kragnaz as well. Melwin is then into this car, the number 888 Mustang. Now down into 17. Bernardo Breve, number 23 Ferrari. Walked over from his mate Stanzione and is just made his way past Mustafa's Mustang. Now behind 16 car Paolo Sire, who was teammate Our tyres team has now gained another position. Racing is now been P4. Bastian Holter is the biggest winner of the pit stop so far, though, with an 11-second gap behind and just 15 seconds to go in front. So incredible race for Bastian Holter so far. However, racing solo as well, so 2 hours and 50 minutes remain for him. And he comfortable spot. So a couple interesting facts from this race so far then. If you would believe, the fastest time, or fastest speed that a car has set so far is 271 kilometers an hour, and 4 cars have set that speed through the speed trap, which I believe is at the end of this straight. And that was set by John Gray's Mustang, Patrick Bish's BMW, Jack Dyer's Nissan, and Raikkonen's Aston Martin. So obviously they would have been aided slightly by the slipstream, Bang being the Mustang, but drivers all being fairly balanced in top end. Harry Gibbons is now out in the number 404 Mercedes, dropped from birth. It looks like he's now about 8 seconds back from Mel. It looks like he dropped places during the final inspector there. But he's going to be looking to gain some amount of position. Obviously Michael Firth had a brilliant start in his Mercedes, but then unfortunately got tapped on the rear by another Mercedes. Of course it does happen. Everyone's taking a little bit of a wide line on the exit. A lot of grass being thrown up, but we're on board with Bernardo Brieve. It's Ferrari, the first Ferrari going into the first lap race. Bernardo is just behind Sire as they come out the final corner. Who can get the best speed? It looks like it might be Bernardo, especially with the slipstream hard down into turn 1. Not sure if they're close enough for a move into the first corner. It's certainly very tight to happen. Looking at the inside, he's not going to go for it. It's back behind Sire in front. It's closer. Smart move, obviously. A race like this, there's still 2 hours now. Patrick Bisters alongside Farhan Rosalie in the number 844. They did side by side through the first corner. They're still side by side, but that was an easy move for the BMW there. It's put himself up 12. I've got to say, 31 places gained by Patrick Bisters since the start. What an incredible performance. He's got joint fastest speed trap. So had an exceptional start to this race. So in only an hour and 10 minutes, being able to get up 31 places from the back of the grid in his BMW, keeping it clean all the meanwhile, is pretty good. So fair play to him. Board with him. Yes. Moving on to Bernardo Brieve then, still on the rear of Sire. Looks like it's going to be a bad exit for Bernardo there, unfortunately. Might back behind the 1 second marker. So influential at Imola here to not hit the gravel traps, especially on the exit, which just slow you down. There's not much that you can do to help it after that, unless you've got Mustang stream. Unfortunately, Bernardo had neither of them. But a decent lap, that'll put him back into contention with Shire in front. Now, the impact of the pit stops then. We had a change of order all around. Bob Balls dropped down in 19. It's now in 11. All the gaps that we had before have now all spread out. The closest gap on the circuit is currently this one that you see in front. You see on the current map on the right side. Most drivers That's spread out. Taking on board with Bernardo then. Another lap, he's now made his way back up about 5/10 in. Again, too heavy on the brakes there, touching the gravel, not in first place. Out. Bottom, might have a decent run down into the 7 seconds down on side. Again, this is the currently the closest gap that we have on the track. Breaking first couple there, wide and ended. Again, one corner and Sire in front is probably going to be the closest battle in quite a while. It does spread out, may consider bringing the comes back to the end of the race and actually gets any closer. Otherwise we'll be right here, we'll be bored. Half hour or something there. Doesn't get off. After that, 9, 6. This is Maniac around the outside there. Eric Greyers on the rear of Farhan Mosley. Seconds with these guys. I think Eric Greyer again is just looking to gain what he can. He already gained 8 seconds on Dragon has been lying again. A repaired McLaren and some new pace, some new boots on. He's got the pace down into turn 1. He's on the inside. A battle of who's later on the brakes. He's still kept on the inside. He's got a clean line into the first corner and he's made it done by the second chicane. And he's sort of left the 484 Mercedes for dust there. So nice move and okay completed by Eric. And he's now up into 13. It's great to see. Bernardo breathe and need to replicate that move. 0.6 seconds back from Sire. And in yep. Borders. Gravelly doesn't be able to run down into the first corner. Now then. Please subscribe to Prime, thank you use me. That dearly if you get Prime subscription. You've got unused on Twitch so far and you want to subscribe to us, help us out. Oh. How's your first stint used to be, if you could offer us any insight? I know you had a little bit of contact for Mercedes at times, which dropped you down a bit, your original position, but Still, you kept it on track and you kept it within the top 20, so you don't talk about that. Getting carried again. Yeah, well, get back in the game. You've been out for too long. That's the problem. But Eric Dre is doing incredible work at the moment. He's already getting 5 seconds on Barham Rosalie in the 44. He's 5-6 seconds up front to Visitors. The exit there. But Ports McLaren. Right. Yep, it's similar to the Ferrari in ways. Certainly not as different as it would be going from the Ferrari to the Aston Martin. You can't just expect the change to be easy. Great, certainly got a milestone. And gaining time at considerable amount of time, 4.8 seconds to Visions in front. 5.5 not too long ago. Dealing with some lapsed traffic at the moment anyhow, and he's on seconds. Mustafa's been overtaken on start-finish straight. Looks like he had a bad exit and quick interceptors has passed by. Aldo Breathe has now also dropped back from Sire, so it's long to wait for these guys. Carno further back in Audi. Guys back out on track. Backwards. Or we'll go Matt Denning in his BMW. He's right on the rear of Murfrio behind. He says the McLaren's a lot more loosey-goosey than a Ferrari. Still need to improve the race pace by 0.7 or 0.8. Guys, yeah, well, yeah, that's a good point. The rear of the McLaren isn't as stable as the Ferrari. Obviously, the Ferrari being probably the most stable car, but not short of it. Not fault. Yeah, it could be worse. You could be in a writer. Partner with Ben Gill, yeah, forced into the first. Carno's 0.2 seconds back from Staffer's dropping more and more positions behind last lap, and he's now got the tour right now. Aston Martin on board with Carno and what's going on. These guys. Transfer in the tour battle. Well. Ooh, that was an interesting way to lose the car for Carno there. He touched side grass and sort of stayed on the track. I think the car started again. The cars to pass by to get going up. That's a shame. Picano was having a good race until then, and they just hit the grass on the inside, and the car was just sort of sent flying into the area. As I say, a lot of damage. 38 minutes left of the stint. Not really much else left. Up top, there was a change for drivers. Mario Garza coming in instead of Emirates. That was the 33 Ferrari. Looks like Tamara's also been catching pace as Mustafa's been again overtaken by Latour. I think again went on the grass at some point looking behind. But as I was saying, Sergei Tamara's not too far behind. 12 seconds and gaining it. Tamara could be in for finish. Obviously, as soon as Emirates gets back in, it's going to be a more difficult top. We're going so far for tomorrow. Contact. An outstanding penalty for him. John Gray as well in outstanding job with broken tyre so far. P3 in the number 3. 0.5 seconds again. Mel wins now. Ragnar's in front. A little bit of a bad exit. That's back. behind now. 20 seconds. Guys. Side-by-side action with the 817 car side. That was 95 Mustang. It has made it past Korenberg side there. Okremenko now past now on Sismoniak as well. Nikonen's obviously been passed quite a while ago. 6 seconds. Heads now. Still on board with Artyom Okremenko, rear of, that's the Aston Martin now. Yep, Moniak is teamed Anderson. Has had fairly good points. 45 weeks. Incredible race for these guys so off earlier, but up into P22, there's no one played so far, and Alton now trying to take one away from them. Seconds in, come down, part with straight up seconds, but Nardo doing as well as they are in this great. Remco is 2 back from Sismoniak still. They're changing into the first car. Aston Martin take quite a lot of curve here, and watch the lines throughout the lap. You'll notice that, especially throughout that last one. It's able to take quite a lot of that inside curve without any repercussions, whereas tried to do that in McLaren or Ferrari, instead quite far off track. The only racing moves team in this, or that is behind them, behind Sismoniak, over to Mustafa. Again, Mustafa is dropping places. Started it in number 7, the 8. Was overtaken by Mikulik, taken by Latour, and now has been overtaken by Asic, of course, who's so what was looking to be a good result has been, fortunately, offs across the race, being dropped down now, but not too far to these guys in front of you. Seconds to the car. Certainly an opportunity. Back second between the two drivers, looking down the start finish straight, start the 49th lap race. Goes in the switch, well, there's too many flags going around. Too far back anyhow. Grass and things are stable. Coming into the corner, not using as much entry curve. Second shift again, they could have done. Now for the Aston, about 5 tenths in front of over to Van Nimmen, who's now on the rear of Mustafa. Mustafa's the driver I was saying has dropped down quite a few positions. Looks to the inside, probably not going to get that done over those curves in the Ferrari. Back quite 5/10 or so. Elwin is the next one to look out, about 0.1 seconds back there. Rival, who's currently Kragnaz in the other Raptor Racing Ferrari. Into the brakes, not to make a move though, there was space for anything to happen there. Switch back from Patrick Bishton, back from Van Nimmen, who equally about as close to Mustafa as well. Corner, Van Nimmen's got a better exit. I don't think would be a made here though. He looks to the inside and he's going to have to back out as that Mustang comes to the inside. The racing line as normal, doesn't put as much as that inside curve as he probably could have. He's going to give Nimmen a better run down the straight, but that Mustang's raw power and it's just let him go. Which is fair enough, and I think he's let Patrick just through as well. So made the smart decision there, just to let him go through, and I think probably kept it clean for him. Probably looking for, but he is now down 12, and Freya is the next contestant. But I don't think that will be a hard contest because Eric Dreyer is on a flyer. Previous lap flat, and he's being actually about 3 drivers doing the guys at front who's doing the 141s. So then, Okaremko, 0.1 back from second, but for Mercedes, he's moved back probably. He's been the rear of that Aston Martin for quite some time now. So get it done. He can get past and start gaining some more time. Seconds to separate these two drivers, and as I said previously, they both can demolish the curbs like they're nothing. In some tighter lines, drivers will go on board without him. Go see what he can do. Better exit from Remco there. He's out. Gates. He's fine. He brakes fairly well. He's going to probably try and cut the majority of the curbs, which he does do. And the Mercedes has absolutely no problem with it at all. Now looking for in final 2 corners, drop back a little bit, seconds back from Sis, and getting a little bit under braking there, clips the inside curb nicely. He's out onto second last corner, comes around it fairly nicely as well, doesn't touch the ground on the outside, doesn't get slipstream down the main straight now. They're going second lap on. It's an hour and a half and has passed by. Quite a lot of action. Dyer started P20.42 and he's up in 17. Vinsters started in P43 and is up in P11 now, so he's gained at least 30 places from the start, which is incredible going. Remco beat in a bit of time there in the first corners. Eric Dreyer, who I said is going to be easily overtaking Mustafa, and he already has, and he's now looking at the next that's not the next blue flag, that's car number 33, that's the current race leader, so maybe Mustafa just gave the position away during that little section of time there. But Okaremko is up the inside of Sismoniak. There's contact that's being made up the inside. Sismoniak's going sideways. There's going to be a kind of contact in there somewhere, but is he going to gain the position out of it or not? No, he's not. And there's more contact made. Both cars go off. The Aston Martin stays in front. It's going to be kept side by side. The blue flag comes through now. That's the 724, I believe, of McLaren, driven by. Oh, yeah, it is. 224, sorry, not the 724, and that has now meant that the gap has been separated. It was, I don't point for seconds, side by side action, couple of contacts there. It's now about 1 second between Okaremko and Sismoniak. So Romain Borbor is now all over the rear of Barry Gibbons. Barry Gibbons covering Michael Firth for this stint. Pressure from 12. Ferrari. Kragnaz, the Raptor Virtual Racing Ferrari, is also looking to make a move. Mercedes about 0.4 seconds back. Farhan Rosin, he's got a decent exit section as well. I'm trying to keep my eye on the battles going on. Now, these final corners, it's crucial for Bruno to get a decent exit here, otherwise get them Mercedes is powering. He doesn't get a good cornering. Just at the curbs, and he had a little bit of a slow exit as well. So I don't think he's in position there. The Mercedes is too far in front to offer any sort of slipstream as well. So we'll switch on to see what Romain Bourbois, his teammate, can do instead. Late on the brakes, down into the second to last corner, flips the apex nicely, gets a good exit curb. He's going to try and make the apex as well as he does. It's a decent exit, but again, that Mercedes raw power is just pulling away from those Ferraris. Got a much higher chance of getting a slip now. And third teammate of those two cars, those two Ferraris, is now under pressure from Patrick Vistus as well. Van Nimmen, an incredible performance so far, is now in BMW. With Patrick Vistus, who started in 32 places gained so far. He's looking for 33rd. Gets a little unsteady under braking on the exit there. That's going to drop him down at least 1.5 seconds to Van Nimmen. And you're going to have to claw that back if you want to win the place. And it looks like a move was actually completed. Mistake by Barry Gibbons there, as Bourbois was able to get past and might have actually been a bit of contact, but no, it was a mistake. Barry Gibbons just went wide in that Mercedes, touching the gravel, and as I said earlier, it's so easy to go wide on this track, touch the gravel and lose so much time in the process. So that's how that happened. Bourbois now in front. Pragnaz is still battling at the other Mercedes. Farham Rosley is about 0.5 seconds to those guys, and Elijah Melwin behind. Frank Mustang is also trying to get in the action. So twice it up in about the halfway mark of this race. Still got half an hour until it is the halfway mark. Just to the side of the well, looks like Pragnaz has made his way past him in 44 and is now alongside Elijah Melwin. Again, apologies for violence. Yeah, with the server. Elijah Melwin has got past the number 44. 44's bad exit there as well. And has made his way past. Van Nimmen's had a little bit of a moment on the exit of this corner, as he's now dropped down 2 places to Megdrea and Vistas. Try and see if I can go back. Lost. Jack Dyer's Nissan is all over the rear of Farhan Rosalie's Mercedes. Obviously Farhan Rosalie battle with Dragnaz. In that Nissan's doing exceptionally well. Same with Patrick because obviously Jack Dyer started doing his now at 25. Well, I'm going to stick you guys on board with this, guys. I'll try and sort out my server still. Remco is still at the inside. Obviously, it's Moniac. That's battle. Contact I made between the 635 went to the inside of 404 and 404 then off. Oh, they've got going again now, and Jack Dyer's been followed by a bag. Remco's still behind. That's his Moniac. Again, I apologise for my silence. On board with the Remco Sis Moniac battle. Remco does have 5 seconds. I think that's for the earlier contact that these drivers had going through the chicanes. realised that I've... 666, I was saying earlier, has been in pit lane for a while, which is why they dropped down a couple laps, but they've been going well so far, and I was saying that it's a good livery as well with the ACM logos on there. And I was saying that hopefully they get back up into their position, because 2 or 3 laps down at the moment for Fitzau. Hopefully they can have a couple battles with Fitzau and be able to get into the race. It's still, obviously we're not halfway in yet. So plenty of action to go. Farhan Rosley, 0.5 seconds or so between him and ACC Goals. Obviously, ACC Goals go past not too long ago. I was just saying as well, we should be joined by Matt Redfern from Big Brain Racing as well soon, so we should have some stuff to talk about in the comms box. So. On board with Farhan Rosley at the moment to see what's going on. We'll see. Mercedes has had quite a lot of action and quite a lot of screen time so far in the race. Gladden misses the apex for the first corner. Chasing that BMW dropped back to about 2nd now. Loss of internet for kind of a 666 after minutes. Driving and dropping the end. Yeah, I was wondering what was happening in the pit lane. Good to see these guys back in and out on track. Like I was saying, it's a pretty good livery, but good to see them back out on track. And like I said, hopefully we can get them back up in the action and back battling. Had 5 or 6 drivers drop out so far, so guys coming back in and racing. Piazza then has had a fairly quiet stint so far. He's got 10 minutes left of it. And 41s. I'll stick to editing. I don't have the skill for these. Yeah, there's certainly some fast drivers on track. I mean, we're looking at Rosario, Piazza at the moment, and they're having a pretty phased stint so far. Driving the Adinelli Emirates has also had our third driver, Lorenzo Tocaselli, who's got the edge for the next stint. 2 hours left, plenty to go. We are joined, I believe, now by Matt Redfern.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. How are you doing, Harry?
I'm good. It's been plenty of action so far, actually, in the 2 hours of racing we've had so far. It's been a little bit quieter in the second stint after all the pit stop action had finished, but no, good race so far. Doing alright.
Good. Yeah, looks like there's still some gaps that seem to be fairly close. So, still looks like there could be some racing to come in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, 100%. We're on board. We're on board with number 44 Mercedes. It was fairly close to ACC Goals, but I think he's had a couple of mistakes since. There were like pretty much the entire grid was close to each other. Melwin and Gragnaz are now close to each other. Gragnaz is actually after all, someone has made a mistake because there's a lot of action going on there, but yeah, it's got a bit quiet recently. Hopefully now that we've got 2 commentators, it's a bit better.
Yeah, a little bit of gravel there in the final corner there for Mustafa as well, so another little mistake, but yeah, that does look actually like Melwin has closed up to Kragnaz as well, P11 and 12.
0.5 seconds between these guys. Melwin has had a pretty stacked race so far. He's had a battle with pretty much everyone in near 5 cars to him. He's going to be looking to make a move on Kragnaz again. Kragnaz has made 14 positions at the start of the race. Started P25. He's dropped back a couple of times. He's had some really good going so far.
Yeah, that's good. Good going there. It's sorry, completely. The Ford, the Mustang seems like quite a good car around here. So, but also can get a little bit twitchy on the rear in certain places. So fast, but maybe a little bit on edge. Yeah, definitely seeming like Melwin's doing a good job of handling that at the minute.
Yeah. Speaking of Mustangs, I mean, John Gray and Brogan Dye up front, they started off in P6 in their qualifying session, and they had a bit of a tangle with Sergei Tomorrow at the start, and they're now 17 seconds back from Tomorrow. But it's another Mustang that's on the grid, and I think they were saying earlier they've got the pace, they just can't put it together because of characteristics of the Mustang. So I completely get what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think as well having 38 cars on track still. I'm not sure how many there were at the start, but even with 38 cars still on track now, like to try and make progress through all the back markers can be quite tricky around this track as well. Like you can quite easily lose a bunch of time if you get stuck behind a few back markers that are maybe having their own battle as well for a lap or so.
Yeah, 100%. We had 46 at the start, so not too many have dropped out. We've still got 38 going.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, especially at Imola, it's not easy to race too much with these stacked grids. We've had not too many issues that I've seen with blue flags so far. There's been a couple that have got in the way and caused maybe 1 or 2 problems. R9's track there.
Yeah, there was a yellow flag there for a brief moment. Not quite sure. Yeah, looks like they've disappeared now. Yeah, still on board with Melvin anyway. Melvin, might be Melvin. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on pronunciations, so apologies if I butcher it.
I've been butchering them the entire time, so.
So we'll carry that on for the last 2 hours.
Bit of a flash of the lights there from Melvin. I don't know if that was for the blue flags or for Ragnaz in front.
Yeah, not sure. It can be a tactic though, using the lights as you go into the braking zone. Just try and distract the driver ahead of you. So all fair game in GT racing.
What it's there for.
If you've got it, use it. Yeah, it looks like we've got Bernardo Breve as well in the DS Lab number 23 Ferrari. Seems to just be floating around about 1 second behind Paolo Scherer in the Extreme Racing number 16 Ferrari as well. So another one to kind of keep an eye on.
Yeah, they've been battling since maybe the start of this stint now, so probably about a 50 minute long time. He's been within about a second, dipping in and out. But Sierra's team, they were in with I believe Martyr at the start. They've had an excellent performance. They've come up 10 places since the start, and they're now in P5. So Bernardo's looking to take that from him.
Some good going there, yeah. But you never know as well with these races. I'm not sure what the stint timer is. Is it 65 minutes in this race?
65 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so getting close towards the end of the stint now. Probably another 15 minutes at most. We're kind of at that point where you're not necessarily like one car might have looked after the tyres a little bit better than the other, or one might have been involved in an incident and the other hasn't. And like now that you're getting to the point where you're getting close to the pit stops, you kind of want to just put yourself in the best position to either look for the overcut or the undercut, whichever way you think will work best for your car at this point. You're not necessarily going to be like looking to make the lunge, because you're not, especially with these two P5 and P6. Seems like the pace is fairly similar, and has been over a lot of the stint. So probably just one of those things where you kind of settle in and as the car behind, either pull the trigger on the undercut or wait for the car ahead to pit and try and stay out a little longer.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to consider as well, it's just 2 hours left, that's 2 full pit stops to go. So drivers have plenty of opportunity here. They need to sort of risk it all in the corner.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we love about endurance racing, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, exactly
And
that. Even if it is just a 4-hour sprint or an endurance at that, then plenty of time for things to happen.
oh, definitely. And it's one of those. It's the reason I love endurance racing, because it's all about being consistent, and you have the time to wait for other cars around you to make mistakes or to force them into a mistake by putting the pressure on. Having said that, as they come down the straight, just looking, yeah, not going to be close enough, so don't worry about that.
Melwin's still hanging around the 0.7 second area. Ragnar's not too sure. There's too much of a change there before the pit stops, but Will Gossel is one I've highlighted recently. He's about 0.3 seconds back from Shellsteed and W. It's not common that you see a 991 on ACC these days, but Will Gossel's running with it, and he's running with it quite well. Up in P25 at the moment, started in P35, so making a little bit of a rally in action.
Yeah, can still be quite a competitive car. Like it's even though obviously we have the 992 now, then the 991 is still quite competitive. It just lacks top speed. So especially on a track like Imola, where overtaking is very difficult anyway, and you only really have the main straight, it's going to be very, very difficult to make a move in that car.
Yeah, I think Will Gossel is. I know him as he's a smart driver. So I think he's just been playing off of other people's downfalls, really. Like at the start, we had a little bit of contact in front of him, and I think that's where he's gained most of the performance. And since then, it's just been keeping and making positions where other people have lost out. If you're in a car like that, that's what you do.
Yeah, exactly. I just noticed Melwin's got ahead of Kragnaz, so I'm not quite sure where that's happened. We've obviously missed that on stream, but yeah, Melwin ahead of Kragnaz now, so up to P11 for Elijah Melwin. There's a car off the track there as well. Not quite sure who that was in the background. My timing screen's not working 100% just yet. But yeah, so looks like the move's been made somewhere, so apologies that we've missed that.
I think it was actually the lap prior to this as well, so it was done fairly early on. Because when I did go back about 60 seconds, I was behind him. So yeah, Kragnaz has been overtaken by Melwin, and Melwin has now got about a second gap on him as well. So put it before the pit stops, like what I said.
Yeah, not been helped out by the backmarker there as well, but backmarker trying to get in the pits with what looked like a lot of damage on the car, so...
Yeah, that's the thing about the similar pit stop, is the pit lane can be quite dangerous if you're on the outside and you want to get in. We saw it earlier where there was a blue flag on the inside, but the driver on the outside wanted to go into the pit lane, so you had to sort of dive in front of him. Almost some contact, but thankfully nothing too major that we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's good. Just looking down in P15, we've got Can Akigos in the Majestic E-Team number 78 BMW. Seems to have closed up on the back of Mustafa in the B Motorsports number 151 Ford. That gap under a second.
It's interesting, that one, because I know that Akigos was close to Farhan Rosley. I think Farhan Rosley was close to made his way past, actually. I think
He's just got past, yeah.
I think Mustafa let him go on that one.
Yeah, it looked that way.
He's been doing that so far this stint. Just been drivers ago, which is just, again, like today, smart thing to do. You don't really want to get caught up in things.
Exactly. If you know the car behind you, especially with 2 hours to go, if you know the car behind you is considerably faster than you, there's really no point trying to fight it at this point.
Yeah, better keep it clean and not lose time fighting, really.
Exactly.
Will Gossel's made his way past Shellsteed, trying to fight it, but I don't think he will. There must have been a move into the first or last corner there. I can try and catch it. So, Will Gossel was behind in the chicane. I think it must have been down into the second to last corner. Maybe Steed went too wide onto the brakes or whatever it may be, but at least Will Goss was past now, so he's got a clear line ahead. Daniel Alves is going quite slow. Like a lot of damage on the rear of that Porsche and on the front. Got a bit of contact down the straight when he in. Yeah, probably repair it soon. Oh, we've got
Yeah,
the
would have
first few
thought
drivers
so.
in the pit lane now. We've got Reeve and Aston Girls in the pit lane. With their second stop of the race. Max Brick is also in the pit lane now. Fitzhauer is in the pit lane.
Yeah, looking like the cars that are in the pits now are probably doing more of a 60-minute stint pattern than taking it all the way to the 65. There's probably not too much to gain from pushing it to the 65 every stint in a 4-hour race, because realistically your final stint is only going to be 20 minutes shorter, so it's still going to be a 40-minute stint. You're still going to be carrying quite a lot of fuel. I would expect probably some of the cars towards the front of the grid will probably try to be getting the fastest lap, so they'll probably do that shorter final stint. But I think especially like further down the field, it probably makes more sense to do 4 60-minute stints.
Yeah, helps with time coordination as well. You don't have to look at the time. You can look at the clock at the top.
Exactly, and it also helps. Not that we necessarily have that, but you know, if you got two drivers in a team, it gives them a bit more of an even share of the car as well. Then.
Yeah, I think when I counted it, we had to be 24 2-driver teams and then 5 3-driver teams. That was what was signed up anyhow. So I don't know what it actually turned out as, but a fairly decent split between of solo and teams.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 4-hour race is kind of right in the limit of what most people would want to do solo. I know there's some people out there that will do 6 hours or more solo, but most people don't like to do that.
I mean, there's some mad hatters out there that like to do 24-hour solos.
That's true, yeah.
Fun. Rosalie is now the one that's at the back of Mustafa, and see if Mustafa's going to let these guys through. Everyone up the rear. Pretty sticky to the outside. Next straight line.
Yeah, has Farhan Rosalie just come out of the pits or something, or?
Their current stint
No,
is
it's not.
50 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah, they have just caught them on pace. So interesting, like you say, interesting to see if Mustafa lets them past or not. Sporting the old Mercedes Formula 1 livery there, or Formula 1 style livery, I should say.
The CrowdStrike one.
Yeah.
Driver of
Does
interest. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it does look quite good on the. There goes, let him go.
Yeah.
It does look quite good on the AMG, to be fair.
Yeah, the faded AMG Star works well. Yeah, I was going to say the driver of interest is Patrick Bichtas, who I said earlier came up from 43, now running P12, and he's already done his second pit stop. So he's already going to overtake Mustafa and Kragnaz, who are in pit lane now.
Yep.
But he's also not too far behind from Farhan Rosia. Maybe 20 seconds or so. Had some incredible pace this race. He's now made it into the top 10 in just 2 hours. So.
Yeah, that's some pretty good going. Looking at the, and again, I don't know if my timing screen has all the information. But looking at his fastest lap time, he's within a second of the leaders. So obviously, looks like he's been very consistent throughout the race, and must have been consistently close to that fastest lap time, and made some good progress through the field, like you say.
Yeah, I think it's all about consistency and endurance, like you said earlier. I mean, Patrick Vicious has driven with us quite a lot, and I know he's excellent to race with, and he's consistent as he's demonstrating here. So I'm hoping that he gets maybe top 7, 6 maybe. I think that's where I'll probably finish.
Yeah, and I think the BMW is a good car around here as well. It'd probably be my go-to around this track. To be fair, it just seems to handle the curbs well, which again goes back to what we say about consistency. If you have a car that handles the curbs well, ooh, bit of an incident there ahead.
I think that's a back mark at about 8.7.
Yeah.
Not sure who the Ferrari is. That's the Ferrari of Sire?
If we can get the number there.
Oh, there's a bit more contact there. 817.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think that was.
Yeah, just a little bit of a misjudgment. I think the second contact there, but nothing too much.
It was the Ferrari of Sire.
Okay.
Who's now in P3 because Brogan Dyer's in P5. Interesting.
Yeah, I
think
think
they've had a slow stop.
Yeah, if they
1 minute 14. It's been
all stopped.
30 seconds. Stop.
Yeah, that seems about right. I think. I think the others on track haven't pitted yet.
Right. Yeah. Stint timers in front is hour and 2. To be fair, then getting P5 after doing an entire pit stop just shows how far ahead they are.
Yeah. Yeah, we know there's some fast guys in the top 3 or 4 teams here today.
Yeah, the team, the number 33 Ferrari, they're going incredibly well. Their teammate at the start just bumped them up 20 seconds or so, and Piazza's managed to keep that going. And obviously, Tamara's had an excellent race as well to get just 8 seconds behind Rosario, but I don't pose much of a challenge in the grand scheme, because as soon as Emirates comes back in the car, which is the driver that did the first stint, they're just going to disappear.
Yeah, again looking at the fastest lap times, purple lap currently for the number 33 car is a 1:41.0, which is nearly half a second faster than the fastest lap for the 701 car. So yeah, you could be right there. Could be they've spent the whole of this second stint catching up, which they've done a great job of by the looks of it. But yeah, it might be that when, like you say, when the driver swap happens. It goes the other way again. So yeah, it does look like Brogan Dyer then has gone back up into P3 now that the other cars have pitted.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see who does switch to the number 33 car, because they do have a third driver in there, Lorenzo Occaselli. So if you do switch to him, it'd be interesting to see what his pace is. Obviously, we don't know it as of yet. Compared to Tamara being a solo driver for this.
Looks like we've had a couple of stop-go 30s as well from the pit stops. Probably the most painful is going to be for Eric Mora in the N2R Aston number 82 in P7, because that's gonna drop him outside of the top 10 there. It's quite a costly mistake, quite an easy pit entry to overcook a little bit. And it looks like Shearer's got a stop-go 30 as well, so seeing a few mistakes, maybe a little bit of fatigue cropping in at this point.
I was saying in the driver briefing as well that the pit lane entry is probably one of the most difficult ones to do, because it's got the bump before it, which can really slow down. You're slowing down. That sentence makes sense.
Yeah.
I've done it myself before, where you brake perfectly with that bump, it just throws you, and you end up being 5 or 10 kilometers an hour over, and before you know it, you've got an extra 90 seconds to do.
Yeah, exactly. And then the thing as well that it can do sometimes is that it's not even necessarily that you're speeding as you go over the line, but because of that bump and it reducing the amount of slowdown that you get, sometimes you can miss a shift, so you end up thinking you're in first gear and you're actually in second gear, and before you know it, then you're speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, easily done. Like we say, 30 seconds. Stop go is going to be pretty harsh on those drivers, and I think the driver that we were mentioning earlier, Patrick Bisches, is going to be the winner out of this, because not only is he going to get more, but he's also going to get more tyre out of it as well.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, P8 at the minute. That's going to put in P6, with still 2 hours or just under 2 hours left to go.
Maybe in the top 5 for Patrick then, which I think from P40 has got to be driver of the day territory.
Certainly looking that way. Probably a little bit too early to be talking driver of the day with 2 hours to go, but just looking down in P16, we've got Aguado Martinez in the Policia Local. Assume that's the police livery. I've not got that loaded on mine, but
yeah, it's
yeah, just looking to make the move on Middlehurst. Not quite there at that point. We had another little look there, but again, not really a great overtaking point. Could really do with just keeping it nice and tight and tidy through the rest of the lap, and then try and make the move down the straight. It's really the best overtaking opportunity is into that first chicane. It's looking like he's going to go to the outside then. Oh, he's let him go. Probably the sensible thing. You've got a car looking at making dives and sticking the nose in everywhere behind you. Probably the sensible thing to just let them go and get on with your race. Similar to like what we were saying earlier.
I think that's actually the same team that we were on about earlier. 5 for 1. I think it's the same team. Yes, it is. So probably a team strategy from them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you lose 10-15 seconds because you get you get contact or you spin off or anything, and then you have damage and you have to repair it in the pits, it's also going to cost you over the stint as well. It's going to cost you in tyre wear. So sensible thing there, really. Looking a little bit further down, looks like we also, well, we did have Roberto Stanzoni in the number 23 DS Lab Ferrari, right behind Will Gossell for a minute there, but fortunately dipped a wheel in the gravel coming out of the second to last corner, and has lost a little bit of time, and then had to let the number 3 car there through as well. So. Keep an eye on that, because it does look like, at least at this point in the race, that Stanzoni has a little bit more pace than Gossell. There is also the number 195 car down in P29. Seems to have closed the gap. Wilbert Korenberg, currently driving that car for the WY Racing team. Closed the gap on Denis Ustinov in the number 35 BMW. That gap's come down quite a lot, actually. It's 0.2 of a second as they go through Acqua Minerale.
Yeah, I think Mustang...
A little bit of a correction needed there, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, Mustang had a little bit of a twitch on the rear end and under braking, and he's down a little bit now, but I've got to say that Mustang's taking the curbs like they're nothing.
Just eats them, eats the curbs. And
the difference between like a McLaren or a Ferrari and the Mustang is mental, especially over the curbs.
Well, yeah, definitely, and you can see it when you look at, like, if you analyse like the lap times and stuff. You can see at certain points in the lap where one car is so much faster than another, purely because of how much curb they can take. I think there was a car parked at the entry to the pit lane there as we went past. Let's see if I can see who that is. I think they might have got going again now. Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. But yeah, it looks like Korenberg has got the move. He's got the position on the inside, and it looks like he's got the job done there. A little dip of the wheel in the gravel from Ustinov, just helping the cause there of Korenberg. But yeah, it looks like that's the 195 car up to P28.
Yeah, good going with them so far. I think they're up 10 places, yeah, from where they starting in P38, so yeah, really good going.
Excuse me. I'm going to get my mute button to work so I can mute when I cough. There we go. It does look like we've got a three-way battle forming for P11, 12 and 13 there as well. We've got Andrea Mattia in the Extreme Racing Ferrari at the front of that battle. Closely followed by Baron Oskan, and a little bit of mistake there by Oskan, and that has let Eric Mora through on the inside. Someone running now. That was a back marker just getting out of the way. But yeah, the Aston making the most of that. What was really quite a small mistake there from the BMW.
Yeah, he got a little bit unsteady on the exit, a little bit of a drift, and then touched the grass on the right side on the entrance as well.
Yeah, it's not really somewhere you'd necessarily see an overtake, but with the mistake there, it definitely helped the cause. But yeah, this battle looking like it could rumble on between the three of these, looking like they've got similar pace, and they're able to stick quite closely behind each other. So come back around onto the start-finish straight once again, and the gap is just over half a second between each of them. We would expect that to concertina up as they go down into the first corner. Now you probably have more experience than me when it comes to the Aston, but what's the top speed like of the Aston here versus the Ferrari?
Well, the Aston, the thing is, it takes a while to get there, but it's fast when it does. I think they're both the Astons that are racing.
Looking like he's going to make a move.
Wow, that was close.
Just cuts it off. That was close, yeah.
Yeah. As I was saying, it takes a while for it to get there, as he's a little unsteady on the exit. But once it does get there, it sort of handles it really well. Especially if you're in a slipstream, you can really sort of have the top end over other cars, especially the Ferrari as well. Although saying that, I don't think the Ferrari gives off the best.
Yeah.
It all depends on the exit, especially here at Imola. If you dip a wheel in the gravel at the exit as Mattia going wide, it can ruin your straight line speed, and therefore you won't be able to make it overtake. Around the outside.
You don't see many overtakes there around the outside as you're going into Acqua Minerale. I think that was one of them. It was kind of an assisted overtake, let's say. Kind of didn't necessarily give him the position, but didn't fight it too hard either, because that had collision written all over it. And it looks like because of that, now Mattia also has Oskan all over the back of him. So I know the BMW definitely should have the straight line speed advantage. Like you say, it's all about that exit out onto the straight.
And he's got a bad one. He touched the ground.
He's had a bad one, yeah.
Exit there, yeah.
So he's going to be more under pressure from behind, albeit back marker, is it 24? Yeah.
Yeah.
So back looking to unlap himself there rather than being able to make some progress ahead. Obviously, no obligation to let back markers unlap themselves. They still have to make that move cleanly and fairly. But yeah, it looks these gaps. We just saw a couple of small mistakes, and all of a sudden, gaps between these three cars that were half a second between each of them are now a second and a half plus.
Yeah, that's how it happens though, and with 1 hour and 40 minutes left, drivers are going to be becoming a little bit more urgent to get their moves done. It looks like it's disconnected. There's Ferrari on the outside there that no longer exists. So hopefully they can get back. So where exactly who it was? Might have been Van Nimmen, because see them missing anymore. Might be Bruno Kragnaz actually. Interesting. It's unfortunate to see disconnects, but I suppose it happens. Yeah, as I was saying during the pit stops, they've car number 33 has got Lorenzo Tocaselli in now, and they're actually 8 seconds back from Tamara. So Tamara has found himself in P1 somehow.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, yeah, looking at the total pit times between the two, the 701 car total pit time was 1 minute 14. The 33 car was 1 minute 23. So a 9 second difference there, which when you think they were only about 8 seconds apart when they went into the pits. Maybe it was extremely close on exit, and we kind of missed that in commentary. And like you say, Tamara seems to have pulled that gap now out in the lead, and increasingly pulls that gap, with it now looking like it's about 9.5 seconds.
Yeah, incredible going from him so far, and I think even with that slow pit stop that maybe Lorenzo had, they've still been able to gain 10 seconds on him. So I think Emirates is, if they are the driver that comes in next time, you're gonna have a task out for him. So yeah.
Just to jump back to the, sorry to cut you off there,
Yeah.
just to jump back to the battle we were looking at a few minutes ago, I think we had a little bit of a mistake from Matthias somewhere, and now he's got Ozkan all over the back of him. So P11 and P12 both within 2 or 3 tenths of each other as they come over the top of the hill and go down towards the final 2 corners. So again, Ozkan will be looking for that good exit out of the final corner to be able to hopefully attack Mattia down into the first corner. Looks like a better exit this time, but also the gap is a little bit wider than what it was the last time, so I think he might be a little bit too far back here to be able to make a move.
No drag or anything, at least, from back there. Got back to at least a second now. So Andrea Marte, they were running in about P5, P6 earlier on. They've definitely got the pace on them, and I think they've just had some unlucky moments in second and a half stints. Also coming to the
Yeah, I think they were one of the cars that got the stop go 30 as well, right?
Yeah, I think that's why they've been pushed back, but it shouldn't be too hard for them to pull away from Ozkan. I think Ozkan started at the back. So pace difference is like exactly between. The gaps have let me spread out a little bit more. Still that 1.2 seconds is the closest.
Yeah, it's kind of what you expect when you get to this point in the race. But you know, there's still a long way to go. Still, anything can happen. Still, a lot of teams will be hoping that they can do something to move themselves up the order as we get towards the end of the race. And obviously, like we said about Mattia a minute ago, and I think it was the number 12 car was the other one, wasn't it, that dropped out of the top few places. They know they have the pace to be higher up. They've had the penalty, so they'll definitely be looking forwards rather than backwards. But yeah, some of those gaps are opening up a little bit.
Yeah, just on penalties wise, it's been quite a while since we've caught up. Currently got still the same, obviously, qualifying instance, which was 13 in total. And then we've now got 107 race incidents, which we're slowly chugging through for the team.
And that's not to say that all of those will be penalties. That's the way that the system works. For anyone that doesn't know, it records contact. So anytime there's contact between cars, it records it, and the stewards will take a look at it, deem whether it's worth a penalty or not. I would say the majority of the time it's minor contact, maybe a bit of door banging or a slight tap that really leads to nothing. And then there's obviously always the few incidents that we have to look into, or the stewards have to look into in a bit more detail. Looking down in P15, or 14 and 15, we have Tom Middlehurst in the number 151 B Motorsports Mustang. Seems to have closed up behind Aguado Martinez in the number 112 Policia local BMW. So interesting to see. We've seen these two together quite a bit, I think, haven't we?
Yeah, Middlehurst and Martinez. Martinez definitely a good race for these guys, actually. 15 places, but been having quite a lot of battles across the grid, and I think it's not the first time being with Middlehurst.
Yeah, a little bit far back this time as they come out onto the start-finish straight, but it's I do find it interesting to see sometimes the gaps between these cars, how they ebb and flow. Like maybe one car and driver combination is faster in certain corners than another. Like there, look through that first chicane, Middlehurst closed the gap down by about half a second, but then by the time they were at the end of the lap last time around, it was nearly a second. A yellow flag there for the 779 car. Looks like they've got going again. Not quite sure what happened.
Gone off again.
Yeah, I think just avoiding the front running cars there, maybe. But yeah, just we've got Eric Mora in the number 82 and our N2R Aston right up behind Borba as they come down the start-finish straight and into the first corner. Looks like Mora's got the job done. So that's Eric Mora back up into P9 after that penalty we saw earlier on. So yeah, really hustling that Aston now, trying to make the moves back up the grid.
Yeah, Mora had a really good first stint as well. They were a lot of positions. I think they're just trying to replicate that again. Third stint.
And the battle we were looking at a minute ago as well, Middlehurst is right up behind Martinez now as they come down the start-finish straight. Still not quite sure that it's going to be close enough.
No move made into turn 1.
No.
Stick behind him for the next couple of laps. Half an hour to the next lot of pit stops. Some danger around then. No penalties been added so far. I think we've still got a couple laps standing.
Yeah, we're kind of at that point in the race now where it's everything's kind of settled in a little bit, and the drivers will be preparing for that final stint. Just kind of putting the car where they need to. Look after everything, try and get it ready for that final blast towards the line.
Gap's getting closer now between the drivers. Middlehurst is sort of all over the rear. Still not close enough to make a move into this corner probably. But he's getting closer, and maybe if you can keep it clean throughout this chicane, which he does. Might have a good run. Corner.
Looks like he's got the leader behind him as well there, so that might factor into things here. It just seems like that BMW is able to get a better exit in the final corner.
Yeah, so it seems more stable. I think that pure acceleration and power that Mustang can put down, it's just can't keep up with it.
Yeah, Middlehurst now having let Tamora through there in the lead car. He'll be hoping that he can follow him through now against the BMW of Martinez. He does seem to have dropped a little bit back, which isn't going to help his cause.
Gonna have to hope instead that he's delayed a bit, but it didn't look like it. I think that BMW's gonna get an even better exit with that line that he took.
Yeah, so gap at around about a second now. But we have seen that Middlehurst seems to be a lot stronger through the middle part of the track than Martinez, especially through the one that I have noticed the most was the first chicane and through Aquaminerale. This time around, Aquaminerale seems about even between the two of them. Eats the curbs once again in the Mustang. Seems to have lost some time there.
Yeah, I think the problem is that Mustang can certainly take the curves, but I don't think he's got the confidence in the car to do it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where it can start to bounce a little bit on the rear, and with the amount of power that it puts down, it can quite easily spin up those rear tyres. So it is very much a car that you've got to get used to, and you've got to have the confidence in that you can kind of plant that right foot and that it's going to stick.
Getting caught behind blue flags, and I suppose he's going to lose even more time. He's down to 2 seconds behind Martinez, so Martinez is relieved probably now.
Yeah, that's probably nullified that battle for a little while. So looking up the grid, just want to mention Bastian Holter in P4 in the Audi. Not the easiest car to drive these days, but seems like they're doing a good job running in P4 for the DB3 Motorsports team. Used to be my main car, the Audi, and then they killed it. They killed my baby. Ooh,
That was a car that
bit of evasive driving needed there.
was another 888 Mustang. Shook. Lost control in the exit, I believe. Maybe touching the gravel, spinning around, but yeah, Aston Hall well to.
And some good reactions there. But yeah, the Audi not particularly fast on the straight, not particularly good on the curbs, but somehow they're running well in P4 here. So just tried to shout that out.
Yeah, well, they started in P12 and they had like a really good race so far. They started off well, way up into about P6, P7, and then just with the other mistakes the people have been making, the stop go penalties that are being applied, they just slowly made their way into P4, and they're not even slightly far behind Brugg and Dyer, but they've got an even bigger gap behind, so they're comfortably in P4 now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Like the gap behind's about 50 seconds. So is it? Oh yeah, sorry. Which am I looking at the right one? I think it's about 50 seconds, isn't it, to Vavreka? Yeah, Vavreka doing a good job in P5 in the McLaren as well for the Interceptors.
They've been up and down the grid pretty much all race. They've put down in P17. So I'm pretty surprised and impressed to see them 5 again.
Yeah, it's always an interesting livery from those guys as well. Purple and or pink and green. Sorry.
I think it works quite well for the McLaren to be.
Yeah, definitely.
At least you're visible. That's the knowing the drivers.
Yeah, for sure.
No guarantees.
Just noticed we've got a Nissan on the grid with Jack Dyer behind the wheel, and he seems to have found some pace, and he is in a big gaggle of cars, but he's managed to get himself caught up behind Michael Firth ahead of him in the Sector Racing 404 AMG. So it looks like we've got a bit of a battle on our hands there. Always good to see someone rocking the GTR.
Yeah, he's another one that's started up when Patrick Blisters. He started probably in about P43 and he's now in P16. So to be in a Nissan and to do that as well is.
Yeah, Nissan's one of those cars that it's everything seems like it's running well, and then all of a sudden it just decides it doesn't like something. The rear wants to be the front or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we ran a Nissan race at Suzuka not too long ago, and I only lasted a couple of kilometers and lost it. It was a good car,
Yeah.
I thought, aside from that.
It's definitely a fun car, and it sounds pretty good as well.
We're on board on stream at the moment, so yeah, viewers get to listen at that. Yeah, all over the rear of Michael Firth, got a bit of pressure on him in that Mercedes. And obviously that Nissan just tanks the curbs as well. Better exit from Mercedes, it's fun.
Yeah, Nissan's surprisingly good over the curbs. Actually, I didn't really expect that, to be honest. But yeah, seems to be able to take them quite nicely. The advantage that Michael Firth is going to have is that he's also going to have the slipstream from the car ahead of him. So it's going to make things that little bit harder for Jack Dyer. Didn't necessarily get the best exit out of the final corner. Going to close up in the slipstream, but yeah, we've got a long, well, what you would call a DRS train in Formula One, but I guess just a long slipstream train for us. So being quite interesting to see where, well, if and when Jack will be able to make the move here on Michael.
Yeah, back markers could certainly get involved in this. I think that looks like Aston might get in the way of Michael Firth, but considering where they are on track, Jack Dyer might be involved as well unless get both cars past. And now he's going to get caught behind maybe.
Oh no, the Aston getting well out of the way there, which probably the right thing to do.
Dropped down to 8/10 now though. A good couple of final corners of using the Nissan grunt to get over the curves. Oh, the BMW's moved out
the way for the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always tough as a second driver. You always feel like you get the worst of the traffic. I don't know that you necessarily do, but it always feels that way at least.
Yeah, it's because when you're a blue flag, you can only see one car behind you in the mirrors. You don't know where the other one is, and then all of a sudden they're behind you and one has approached you. Jack Dyer's not being held too much. And thankfully, he gets this slipstream out of this, so he might get even closer. Benefit.
That's Patrick Bloisters though, that they're unlapping themselves on there. So I wonder if either these guys just have found some really good pace, or whether Bloisters is struggling a little bit at this point.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he might have damage or some lines of that maybe. Like I said, he had some good pace going.
Still running well in P6, but he's seems like he's got Uzabi in the number 240 McLaren catching him slowly but surely. So something to keep an eye on later in the race.
Yeah, Zaechuk was just overtaken by Mora, and now he's already run second down, so Mora's found some pace. Stanzioni is one that I've been keeping my eye on for quite some time. He's only about 0.4 seconds from Mitch front. So there could be a battle between the two Ferraris there, and then of course Jack Dyer and the Nissan. Both we'll have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, so where things were starting to quieten down, they've livened up quite nicely again.
Yeah, and only an hour and 20 left of the race as well, so hopefully it maintains it. End quite into.
Yeah, I think it's looking that way. I think there's certainly plenty of people that, or plenty of drivers that have got plenty to say between here and the end of the race. Stanzioni is right on the back of Mitchell now as they come down to the last two corners. Interesting to see if he makes a move here. Sensible thing probably to stick him behind, try and get that good exit out of the final corner. Which
he had a look at the
had a
inside,
look.
but
Yeah, had a look, but that probably cost him a little bit, if anything, to be fair. He had a little bit of wheel spin or a little bit of oversteer in the final corner, and he seems to have dropped back a little bit again. So he's probably, especially with it being Ferrari versus Ferrari, he's probably going to be a little bit too far back here to do anything into turn one this time. A back marker getting out the way of both of them there nicely.
Stanzioni has dropped slightly back, 0.7 seconds. Now Dyer's still 0.4 from I keep on board with the Nissan Mercedes for now. Both like he had a little bit of moment of into there. That's allowed Dyer to become 0.3 seconds, and might even see in the final couple of corners here this gap close.
Yeah, he's taking it sensible there, tucked up behind that rear wing, keeping it as tight as possible. Just wants the good exit now out of that final corner, which it looks like he gets. Although the drive that Mercedes gets in the middle point of that final corner looked pretty good. But yeah, the gap certainly coming down as they come down the straight. But again, probably not quite going to be close enough to make a move, which is surprising, really. You would expect the top speed of the Nissan GTR to be able to breeze past the Mercedes on the straight, but so far not the case.
Yeah, he's getting ever closer now though. All over the rear of that Mercedes. But Nikenen's got a drive through and serving that now for track limits.
Yeah, that's very, very easily done around this track.
They're running an ACM livery.
Always nice to see. Yeah, track limits something that's very easy to abuse around this track, especially in Acqua Minerale and the chicane at the top of the hill. You can quite easily pick up a load of limits in a very short amount of time if you're not too careful. So ever closer, Jack Dyer behind Michael Firth. They've got a back marker ahead of them, or was ahead of them. Not ahead of them now. Yeah. That's not really helped or hindered either of them, which is good to see. Again, the gap coming down on the straight, but I don't think it's coming down by enough. Once again, as they get down into the first corner, that gap is around about 0.2, 0.3 of a second, but it's just not closing as much as I was expecting it to on the straight, to be honest. Like the Mercedes is notoriously not one of the fastest cars on the straight. The Nissan usually is, but maybe a low wing setup on the Mercedes, a high wing setup on the Nissan.
Yeah, I think Mercedes is also quite a decent car at Imola. Like you can get the exits and it's got the acceleration engine as well. So I think that's probably what's keeping it alive, more importantly, because the Nissan is where it's going to struggle. Is probably in the corners because of how predictable it is. Yeah. I mean, the Nissan's certainly got the brakes from what I've been seeing so far. Yeah,
it's an interesting one because Yeah, you'd expect the Nissan to be stronger on the straight and the Mercedes to be stronger in the corners, but with what we've seen in the last few laps between these two, it's kind of been the opposite way around. So whether that's set up and driver related, difficult for us to say from the commentary booth. Does look like a much better exit there from Dyer, and I think this could be the opportunity.
Yep, down the inside.
Firth's gone defensive early to the inside. That's going to leave Dyer on the outside, and brakes. Oh, that was close. I don't know if there was contact or if he just avoided it.
I was on helicam.
Just avoided it, I think. Yeah, so some good evasive driving there. But yeah, getting the job done around the outside there from Jack Dyer. So it's that's good sensible racing really from Dyer. He's been sat behind for a few laps, been kind of taking his time, trying to keep it consistent, and then when the opportunity came, he took it.
Yeah, we've been chasing that for a while, so it's good to see him finally getting through. And like I said, all he needed is that final exit. He's got it secured, really. Exactly what happened. Oh,
looks like he might have just given it back though.
Yeah. His exit that corner went right, went over the yellow curbs, and that's given Michael Firth the run out of the corner and back past. So he's going to have to do all that work again.
Yeah, you'd like to think he probably knows how to do it now, but then again, maybe Michael Firth also knows where to expect the move to come from. So
yeah, it's always the case. I feel like it's always the case when I get a move that I've been trying to do for ages done, and then I make a mistake the next corner because I'm not used to not following someone.
Easily done.
Yeah, Nikinen, who just came out the pits from his drive-through, is now on the rear of Adri Puerta, who's in the Policia local BMW, about second of each. So potentially some overtakes and stuff going to be mid there.
Yeah, another thing to keep an eye on as well is out in front. We've got the gap between P1 and P2 has widened to over 20 seconds now, but the gap between P2 and P3 has come down quite considerably. So Brogan Dyer really closing the gap on Tocaselli, and that gap now is only just over 4 seconds. So I think within the next few laps we could have a battle on our hands for the final 2 podium positions.
Yeah, it'd be interesting seeing how this works when it comes towards the pit stops as well, because obviously, as we know, there's drivers in the 33 team, and Emirates is the fastest driver. Even if Brogan Dyer does manage to get past the 33 car, it's going to be a tough fight for him to keep it next to him.
True. That's true. The one thing I would say is that we know the advantage that Mustang has on the straight over the Ferrari, so it's not necessarily going to be the easiest of overtakes for the Ferrari against the Mustang. But we're probably getting a little bit ahead of ourselves there. We got this overtake that needs to be done first.
I was going to say,
and then we'll see where we are.
I've been in that situation where they're trying to fight a Mustang, and he can get as close as he wants here at Imola, but as soon as he hit a straight, you've got absolutely no chance unless they make a mistake on the exit. You've got to sit behind and just wait for them to make a mistake on the exit corner. You know, that might not happen in the final hour.
Exactly. Just looking down the back end of the top 10, we've got Zaychuk in P9, Romain Borber in P10, and Andrea Mattea in P11, all within half a second of each other now. So we've got a three-way battle that has kind of sprung up out of nowhere. I hadn't really had that one on my radar, but it seems like the three of those have come together line astern, and it's looking like Borber is exactly what we were just talking about, in the Ferrari behind the Mustang as they go down the straight, and the Mustang pulling away.
Yeah, the gap's definitely widened. Bobo's managed to get it back, it looks like, in the braking zone. But yeah, that number 888 Mustang again finds itself in a bit of a battle for probably the 1500th time in this race.
Dips a wheel in the gravel there, did Zaychuk, but Borba not quite close enough to make the most of it on this occasion. Has really closed the gap down though, and with a back marker ahead has his window wipers going for some reason. I don't know if he knows something that we don't know, but looking out the commentary booth window, it's looking bright and sunny to me still.
Weather forecast is also bright and sunny, so maybe just a bit of entertainment. That's why I put it.
Possibly, yeah.
Speaking of the conditions, track temps and stuff have not changed much. We've dropped 2 degrees since the start of the race, so tyre pressures and stuff won't be impacted too much. I think drivers are probably a bit relaxed from this graduate. Yeah, nothing to worry about on that behalf. It's just a learn and swap. Yeah, Jack Dyer and Michael Firth battle has also widened now to become involved. Yeah, Middlehurst Mustang. It's only not well behind, with Jack Dyer still within a second of them as well, so could be something now.
Yep, definitely. I'm just looking up battle between P2 and P3. The gap only 1.5 seconds now, so we've had a
Be a move done now.
bit of movement there.
Past, yeah.
I think Barber got a little bit late on the brakes there, nearly collided with Zaychuk, and then had to take some evasive action, which then allowed Mateer to make the pass on the inside. So that's what can happen when you're driving in a train like this. One minute you're attacking, the next minute you're defending. You make a slight mistake, you drop back, and then you have it all to do all over again.
Exactly that. Well, still an hour left, so Bobo's certainly got the ability to claw it back. And Mateer is now only 0.3, 0.2 from Zaychuk as well, so from one Ferrari to the other for Zaychuk, it's no difference.
Yeah, Mateer right up behind Zaychuk, looking to try and force the move. Is he going to do it into the chicane?
It looks like he might.
Looks like he is.
Wow.
That's a good move there. You don't see too many into there. At least not too many that are done cleanly. You definitely need cooperation from the other driver to make it a clean overtake.
Yeah.
And
he had it done before the second chicane as well. I mean,
yeah,
not often that you see that at all. He had the pure pace out of that.
So it'd be interesting to see if he's pulled enough of a gap now on the straight to be able to keep it. It looks like he probably has, to be fair. It's now Borba looking to attack Zaychuk as they come down towards the first corner. Is he going to be close enough to make a move? Not quite, so it's going to be at least another lap behind. That's going to allow Mateer to run away a little bit in front. Although it looks like Mateer had a little bit of a mistake there, and that's closed the gap down again. Just looking up towards P3, that battle, as he looks to the inside there.
Made the move.
Made the move there. That's, again, not a place you normally see too many overtakes, but it's probably one of those things that because of the straight line speed advantage of the Mustang, you almost have to kind of force a move somewhere you wouldn't normally.
Yeah, Brogan Dyer's looking to make a move on the outside of Tokoleni now, and he was almost there. He's looking for the switchback actually into turn 1, and he's gone and done it around the outside of the second chicane.
Got the cutback. Yeah, nicely done there.
That was beautiful to watch, I must admit. Probably a perfect example of the switchback, with the Ferrari losing the rear on the inside of that second chicane there as well. It's that couldn't have been better executed.
Yeah, no, very well done. It's kind of textbook cutback. Does look like both Michael Firth and Jack Dyer have managed to get past Tom Middlehurst at some point as well. too much action going on for us now.
Yeah, that's the problem. But that's what we want in the final hour. We want some action. We want some overtakes, and hopefully not too damage.
Exactly. Well, while we have a little break in the action, I'm just going to step away for a couple of minutes, so I'll be right back.
Yep. Looking at the Twitch chat. Hello, Liberty players. So you found the Discord command as well. We run up to about 20 races a week here at ACN. Plenty of formats, plenty of games. Automobile List 2. iRacing, ACC of course, which you've seen today. One Ultimate. Times 2 to 3 events a day. And like I said, plenty of different formats from 4-hour endurance to 25-minute sprints. So if you want to get in on the action, join us. We've got plenty on offer, so please do. Like Nightbot sent the disc. Yeah. We have just released, or just announced, 6 hours of Kyalami as well, which is the third round of the endurance series. This race today is the warm-up round for the takes place about 2 weeks before the first race of the series, which is at Bathurst. That's an 8-hour race in Bathurst. Join us back here on the Sims Twitch channel for that. But yeah, we just announced 6 hours of Kyalami. That's on the 1st of March. Starts at 11 AM EC time. Free for then. If you got a team that wants to join, then you can join the Discord and get involved. We've got plenty going on. Before we get into the final hour action as well, I will quick career mode ad roll, see what exactly going on.
Welcome to ACC Career Mode by ACM Racing. ACC Career Mode is back and better than ever, with a 3-month-long series containing over 50 races with mixed formats and challenges. Team up with friends to manage your finances, car performance and sponsor contracts, or go solo and manage your favourite car across the whole season, utilising the daily, weekly and monthly challenges to add some spice to your online racing. The best thing? You decide your career, with 7 different paths to choose from. Minimum effort is no effort. ACC Career Mode Quarter 1 contains 5 races a week, all stewarded and commentated live with a range of formats from 4 to 12 hour endurance races to 25-minute sprints. The full race calendar is available at acm-racing.com, with individual race sign-up taking place on SimGrid. Only available on Assetto Corsa Competizione PC European-based league.
That's what we have coming up at ACM. You rejoin us in the action with Toko Seni, who's just been overtaken by Brogan Dyer. He's lapping a BMW that was in pole position, but he's now down to about 1.5 seconds from Brogan. Coming to the final hour, I think Renzo will be looking to go into the pit lane once again. Hopefully switch out to Emirates, who are the fastest of their team from what we've seen so far. And then maybe they might have a chance of going back that spot. Like P2, P1 far out of the question. Sergei Tamara up in, done a spectacular job. They had a little bit of racing earlier on with Brogan Dyer, Ray. Now they're 30 seconds ahead comfortably. 5-second penalty, not going to affect them. Not really got to worry about in this final hour. Just as long as he doesn't make a mistake and he doesn't have any penalties. So, one of the first drivers to come through the pit lane and do their final pit stop of the race then is Patrick Blisters, the star of the comms box. This man is. He's started up in P44 and into what is currently P10, but it will be around P6 by the end of the race. So, he's made his way up 33 positions total. And like I said, probably up to about 40 positions total, maybe 39 by the end of the race. But spectacular performance from this man. Yeah, man doing a similar sort of thing we saw with the battle with Michael Firth earlier. Got back about 2 seconds down from that, but his Jack Dyer and his Nissan, he's done similar to Patrick Boosters. He's started P42, 28 places up to where he is now. He's still got 1 pit stop left, still got 10 minutes left of the stint timer as well. He's doing incredibly well in that Nissan. It's not often you see the Nissans on the grid. certainly not as often you see them running this high as well. And like I said, we do have 35 cars left on the grid. More than good. Yeah, well done to these guys. Big performance so far. Still got an hour to go, so let's hope the action remains. Speaking of, Dennis Larson is having a bit of a slow one there, being overtaken by Korenberg. Mustang. Driver that we were on board with earlier, Marcin Adamczyk, they were disconnected earlier on in the race, so they started off a couple of laps down, and they have actually managed to take in Hilgolo Ferrari. That is from a disqualification that Ferrari received, but they have gained a place from it. They are now running in P32 due to the left qualifications and all that. So hopefully they can gain at least one more, close to Fernandez 779 by the end of the race. Jack Dyer then is also in. Sorry, that's Balboa in the pit lane. There, and Ozcan, who is also in the pit lane. These drivers eligible box at the same time. Michael Firth is closing up to Farhan Rosley in battle of Mercedes. These guys have spent pretty much the entirety of the race in a second or a position or two of each other, so it'd be nice to see a good battle between them towards the end. And it is currently the closest little bit on track as well. An update on penalty situation as well then, so we've still got outstanding quite a few incidents, 14 total. We've made our way through 87, some yet to be applied, so hopefully during the final hour we'll get it done. Mercedes are Barton Rosie taking a bit of a escape road there, or escape road that doesn't exist on the grass on the outside. Now, not 0.2 seconds between these guys. I think Michael Firth is going to have to pit before Farhan Rosie. Michael Firth has done an hour on this stint compared to Farhan's 5 minutes. So Michael Firth may even consider coming into the pit lane now and trying to get an undercut over the 484 Mercedes. But it might actually look like an overcut. Farhan dives into the lane to hopefully change its tyres and potentially driver as well. So that's given Michael Firth some air for this lap. I think he was probably considering going into but has decided to take an extra in the clear air, because all he needs is a decent lap, a decent in lap and out lap. It'll probably be a gain considering when they went into the back into the top 10 for Michael Firth. Again, good going. I think 484 was the car that they had contact with earlier in the race. Good to see that they've got back up by the each. Again, Eric Dreyer, I think they have done their final bit of the race now. Yeah, they have. 4 minutes in their stint, so Eric Dreyer and Usby have can.
And back in.
Welcome back. Just going through the drivers that got back to their positions after contact and stuff. Eric Dreyer, one of those drivers.
Okay. I've just noticed Emirates is in the 33 car. So you called it.
Yep, I think that was the right choice. It's the fastest driver. He's currently got the fastest lap. He's the guy that set the 141 flat. Still the fastest lap of the race. So what he needs to do is he needs to get it in gear and some solid laps in to get ahead of Braga. I don't think he's going to get Sergey. I think 30 seconds in an hour is probably do.
Yeah, because it's probably going to be 33 laps in the last hour. Or it's not. It's 55 minutes now, isn't it? So you're probably going to get 30 laps, let's say. So to be a second a lap faster, well, a second a lap faster plus, I don't think is really feasible, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how fatigued Tomorrow's as well, because obviously Emirates has done just an hour and 5 minutes now, but
True.
Tomorrow's done 3 hours and 5 minutes, so fatigue might be setting in with.
True. You never know as well. Tango with back markers costs you 10 seconds here and there, and all of a sudden it's that 30 second gap is kind of gone. But certainly looking like it's a very strong possibility that the 701 car tomorrow is going to be in a good position to win. It's all in their hands anyway.
Yeah, that's a good stint with no mistakes, and they should do well. Position change between here and Book, but I think that was happened.
I don't know if you saw in the Twitch chat we had a message from Mighty Fears. Get on the service setting, flood the track for the last hour.
Yeah, I think that was to do with the wiper comment that we made earlier. It was noticed earlier.
That was that a while ago, was it? So John Gray now in the car for 0 Point Racing. Oh, and we've had a bit of a collision there.
That was back marker being undecisive about what they wanted to do. I think it was 3 back markers being back markers for each other.
And that has let Emirates straight through. So I was about to say he's going to have some defending to do against Emirates. Is that another?
Yeah. That was the Policia car that had a little bit of contact on the rear there. I don't know why they were trying to go for the overtake when they're back marker, but John Gray's not going to be happy with that one for sure. He's dropped back 3 seconds.
Just look back at the replay. I think they outbraked themselves and then tried to make the move because they outbraked themselves rather than looking for the move. So
yeah, John Gray's not going to be happy about that. It's been an easy overtake for Emirates, who now, you know, in a comfortable position to try and fight tomorrow.
Only 2 seconds ahead.
How has that happened? Because Tomorrow's still got a lot to do. Oh no,
he's a lap ahead. Yeah. That's
That makes
it confused me as well then for a minute. It's like, have we something gone wrong? Has something gone wrong for tomorrow somewhere that we've missed? But no, he's a lap ahead. So yeah, once he comes out the pit, it'll still be a healthy lead there.
I suppose though, it gives Emirates a chance to know whether he's faster than Tomorrow or not. Now that he's behind him, he gauges sort of better understanding about Tomorrow, like better on how fast he is, what times he can do. Obviously Emirates is on faster tyres, so I expect him to catch him, which he's doing at some rate, to be fair. But it's good gathering for.
Yeah, it's also good data for tomorrow as well. To be fair, because he's gonna see the lap times on the relative as well of what Emirates is doing on the fresh tyres, and it's going to give him a target lap time when he finally makes his pit stop as well. So all he really needs to do is match or not lose more than, let's say, half a second or so, and it should be an easy victory. So yeah, give him that information as well. Yeah, I can only imagine what John was shouting when all that happened.
Yeah, Brogan, his teammates, just been messaging saying it's a good job that John was in the car over him.
Oh, really?
To be honest, I'm not sure what John's pace is, but I really don't think he would have held back Emirates for long. The guy's very fast. He's already 0.8 seconds to tomorrow, and a lap ago that was only 2.5.
Yeah, I think John is pretty fast around this track, but yeah, not the same sort of pace as Emirates. I don't. Again, looking at the timing screens, there's no one has got really within half a second of that fastest lap time of a 41.0, or just within half a second, let's say.
Funny thing is as well is that Emirates' last lap is already faster than anyone else's fastest lap. But I mean, if that puts anything to perspective. I suppose one benefit that Tomorrow does have now is being able to hold up.
Yeah.
Which actually he's failed at doing 'cause he's just gone wide on the exit of that corner there and Emirates has gone past.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think Emirates really forcing the mistake there. It looked like to me, really put him under pressure, even though ultimately, it's an overtake that doesn't mean anything. But yeah, it's always good to try and play these little mind games, I guess, with your rivals. Like you're faster. Realistically, you've probably not got a great chance of catching them in the last 48 minutes of this race. But you just put them little things out there and and see what happens, I guess.
Yeah, I think it could come down to the straw here with these two guys. I mean, 48 minutes left and they're already gaining at least a little bit of time. And after Tomorrow's probably got 2 more laps this lap left.
Just to cut in, we got Nine making a move on Gibbons down into the first corner.
Yep.
Pretty textbook, really. Ooh, car going off ahead there.
That BMW's been a bit of a menace this half of the race.
Yeah, that looked a bit messy.
I think that's Andrew Quater who's made a couple of mistakes. So.
Yeah, that allows Jack Dyer through as well. So we've still got a lot of battles in this last 45 plus minutes.
Well, appeared at once now because Peltari is right behind Quater, of course.
Yeah. Well, from
Gibbons.
From P13 to P17, they're all covered by less than 5 seconds. So this is anyone's race here.
Mustang is all over the rear of that BMW.
Yeah, that was quite a heavy contact with the wall there. I'd be surprised if they didn't have severe damage on the front of that BMW. It was a weird contact with the wall there as well. Really, they just seemed to kind of lose the car mid corner, and then before they could do anything, it was in the wall. But yeah, Peltari now right on the back of Puerta, as they come onto the start-finish straight. Would expect this to be a fairly simple move with the damage that BMW has, but closing up in the slipstream, pulls out to the outside. A little bit of a squeeze from the BMW there actually makes it harder than what I thought it was going to be. But there's definitely the overspeed there from the Mustang as they go into the second chicane. And yeah, it looks like he's got it done. BMW is still there on the back, but yeah, can't really do anything about it. So that's Peltari up into P16 in the 151B Motorsports Ford Mustang. He'll be looking up the road now towards Jack Dyer. But with that fighting, the gaps have opened up a little bit, so could be a lap or two before he can get on the back of Dyer in that Nissan GTR in the Team Escape.
I sort of thought we'd see a Brogan Dyer type switch back from the Mustang there, but it seems like they just got a little too happy on the rear end, meaning that it couldn't happen. He got the move done eventually. Yeah, now it's just a chase.
Tell you what, the gap out front isn't as much as what we thought it was going to be. Tamara's just come out of the pits, and the gap between him and Emirates is just under 19 seconds. So
10 seconds have been found.
Yeah, I think we also didn't factor in the 5-second penalty that Tamara had.
Yeah.
That obviously he will have had to serve in the pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on the lap times over the next couple of laps and try and do a bit of maths and see if it's possible that Emirates could catch him before the end of the race. I mean, the way the lap times are coming down now, obviously tomorrow's on the out lap, so still trying to get a feel for the new tyres and get tyres up to temperature. I've got to say, it could be possible.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's still doing 41.4s, which is less than anyone else's laps. So if he keeps it up, I don't think it'd be hard at all. The gap's already down to 17 seconds between Emirates and tomorrow.
Yeah. So this will be tomorrow's now on his first flying lap after the pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on those lap times. Jumping back down to the earlier battles, we were looking at Jack Dyer is now within about half a second of Barry Gibbons. It's Nissan versus Mercedes again.
I believe that's the Mercedes again. It's just a teammate. Both
I
had
believe so, yeah. The
SNL.
404 car there, yeah. Does look like there's a bit of damage on the front of that Mercedes this time though, so maybe that will make things a little bit easier for Dyer this time around. Not quite close enough on this lap.
Yeah, I think again it'll just be chasing it until he can get a decent exit on that final corner. He does have the advantage of he's done it before on a Mercedes, and obviously Barry Gibbons was only watching it last time. With gravel there.
Yeah, the comment from Rick Pixel in the chat as well. Didn't Emirates rear end that back marker though? It all happened so fast, couldn't see clearly. Yeah, we were trying to keep track of it all as well, but yeah, it all happened very quickly. He possibly did do, but again, I'm sure the way that the stewarding works, if there is something there, the stewards will look at it and take the appropriate action. So
yeah, I don't think it'll be done before the end of the race though. We're still a bit of a ways behind on the action. We're about 20 incidents, so we're catching up. Just yeah, it's going to be difficult to make it to the finish it in 40 minutes. To be honest, I think 4 hours of Imola with a full grid of 45, 17 incidents is not particularly half bad.
no, not really.
Especially with a grid that's sort of, a lot of these drivers are first time to ACF. We don't know many of them. And I think majority of this as well are just door banging, slight door banging, and a bit of rubbing between two drivers, rather than being malicious. In the odd 5 seconds, 10 seconds here and there, but majority of the time it's more just being one to the other cautious.
So just to update you on the leaders' lap times. So first flying lap for Tamara out of the pits. Was a 1:42.0, and Emirates did a 1:41.3. So 0.7 of a second taken out of one lap there. So I think he could catch him before the end if he can keep this pace up. It's going to be tight, I think, but I think he could catch him.
Yeah, also depends if he does get a penalty or anything. I mean, even if he does get it on track, if he knows that he might have a penalty, he's going to have to gain another 5 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Let me actually have a look at the front of that Ferrari. Try and see if there's any damage on the front of it. That'll hopefully tell us if there was a contact or not. Doesn't really look like there's any damage on the front, but we know ACC doesn't always necessarily work properly in that regard. Yeah, I can't really see too much damage, if anything. So we'll have to wait and see.
Another 6/10 was taken out of tomorrow's lap, last lap. It's still 17.5 seconds. I think tomorrow's probably locked in and focused now.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be extremely tight towards the end of the race. I think. The other thing that could factor in as well, if they're both pushing hard, is what we were talking about earlier with track limits.
Yeah, yeah. Because I don't think we've seen any from these top two, so we don't know if they're on 2, 3, 4, not 4, but 2 or 3 track warnings already.
Exactly, yeah.
Because that'll impact how much they're able to push and how much they're able to use some liberty when they're dark.
Jack Dyer about as close as he's been behind Gibbons. Arguably at the wrong point in the track a little bit, going down into Aqua Minerale. Though we have seen some overtakes into there today. It's not somewhere you really plan on making an overtake necessarily. But they've got a lot of traffic ahead of them again as well, so that could all play a factor into it.
Yeah, I think Jack Dyer's just managed to overtake a blue flag on the chicane as well, so certainly taking risks at this point. With 38 minutes to go, their stakes are going to be reduced a little bit.
Yeah, and actually Poltari's on the back of these two now as well. So it's a three-way battle, about half a second between Gibbons and Dyer and Poltari.
Yeah, it's going to get closer. Poltari's only about 0.7 now, and obviously playing the entire race, Mustang power. It's going to get to us eventually.
Yeah, I guess the advantage that Dyer will have ahead of him is that he also has the slipstream from Gibbons, and that Nissan's pretty good in a straight line as well. So
yeah, it's certainly very close though. 0.2, 0.3 for all these drivers and the back markers involved. It could actually get messy here.
yeah, this has already got the makings of something a bit messy here. Poltari looking like he's got a little bit squeezed out there by the back marker Porsche there, and he's lost a little bit of time.
Had to take the wider line around that corner. Left him behind, but if these guys battle up front, then he's going to catch him fairly quickly. Because the issue that Gibbons and Dyer have is if they do have a battle and they have contact, then Poltari is just going to go straight through, which is going to impact both of them. Because of course they're still going to be battling even if Poltari does go through. Things will be racing through the drivers' minds, and I'm sure they'll go through the team's minds as well.
Yeah, definitely. Just looking actually, we've got the 15-second penalty that's come in for Dreyer there in the number 240 McLaren. He's got Patrick Bloisters only 17 seconds behind him, so something to keep an eye on there towards the end of the race. If Bloisters can find a couple of seconds and get within that 15-second, he'll not even have to make the overtake on track. As we say that, actually, Dyer just makes the move on Gibbons coming out of the final corner, and Gibbons looking like he could lose 2 positions in 2 corners. He might have just held on to it. Yeah, he has just held on to it into the first chicane. That's given Dyer some breathing room there.
Yeah, and a lot of it as well.
And Poltari will be wanting to get this move made against Gibbons now as quickly as possible, but easier said than done around this track, and especially with the Mercedes being pretty good around pretty good in the corners. It's probably going to be another lap of following him around before he'll get another opportunity.
Rick is just sending in chat. Watch the board. Was a back marker that hit a back marker, which in turn a chain reaction to Emirates doinking, exact terminology. So he shouldn't have had a penalty.
Okay. Thanks for having a look at that for us. It's not always easy for us to take a look back at stuff when we're in commentary, so always appreciated.
Then Brogan's just come in and said, which team are you actually supporting? But yeah, John Gray slipped back now to just under 10 seconds from Emirates. Within the 15 seconds of, or within 16 seconds of tomorrow.
Yeah, things seem to have evened out a little bit the last couple of laps. Has not been making as much progress as possible, so maybe Emirates is taking a bit too much out of those tyres in the first part of the stint and starting to struggle a little bit more now. But yeah, that gap still coming down, but definitely slowed. We've had Peltari just make a move on Gibbons as well. I missed that as well. There's too much going on again.
Yeah, 33 minutes left though. Don't actually seem to be any decent gaps. Gibbons within a second of Peltari, but Peltari's obviously got past and is now clearing. So there's 2 seconds to Dyron.
Yeah, just looking back on the replay, it looks like the move was made on the straight there from Peltari with the speed advantage that Mustang has. He was actually well cleared before they even got to the braking for turn 1, so quite an easy move in the end. It does seem like we've got Romain Borber closing in on the back of Shearer though.
Yeah, 2.3 last laps, 2 tenths different. Sure what it's going to delta, but they're both sort of equal. Borber about a tenth up. Close battle between these two for P9. Melwin's probably too far back to make advantage of that, and of course too far in front to really mean anything else. So these guys are probably pretty secure as they are.
Oh, Tamara's just done his fastest lap of the race. Sorry, 41.2 out in front.
Nice.
Was actually faster than Emirates last lap around. So
yeah, he's found some decent pace then. He needs to keep that open, get a couple tenths in it again to guarantee. But I think, to be honest, he needs half a tenth a lap consistently, Emirates, to be able to get that get close to tomorrow, and then he's got to overtake. So yeah,
it's going to be difficult now, I think, unless there's an issue for tomorrow.
but Nikonen's a bit learning it. That's I'm not sure what that's for. Time stopped him. Had to drop out for some. Having a good race until.
Not sure. Yeah, things seem to have settled down a little bit in a minute. One name we've not, or at least I've not seen so far this race, Jose Berksoy in the Majestic E-Team number 78. About 1.6 seconds behind Melvin in the 888 Ford Mustang. So that he took about half a second out of him last lap around as well. So I think Berksoy is closing in on Melvin there.
There's a lot of potential in this grid. They just need to get closer. This happens. Get some spicy ending. Like a lot of people. Another disqualification. 8-7. I don't know if that's stupid or fast but then.
Interesting. See if I can have a look back on the replay for you.
While we're in a low spot and while you're looking at the replay, if you're looking to get into Assetto Course Competition Journey or any other racing sim or just gaming in general, Play is our title sponsor. They offer up to about 80% off on the majority of gaming titles, publishers, and some subscription services as well. Like you can get Xbox Game Pass on the cheap as well. So if you're looking for decent discounts on some games, check out Uplay. Find in the Twitch. Yeah.
It was an odd one with the 817 car. They crossed the start finish line and it just teleported them to the pits. So
Interesting. Maybe it might have been a disqualification. I'll check in with how many penalty points. Might be that. I think we've got a hard boundary set of if you get 30 or more penalty points, then.
yeah. We got Berksoy right behind Melvin. Sorry, just to cut in as they go down towards the second to last corner. So Berksoy trying to make the move there. Melvin getting a little bit defensive. Bit of a flash of the lights. Not really sure what that's for, but as we were saying earlier, you've got them there to use, so you might as well use them. We'll have a look here whether he's close enough into turn one. Doesn't quite look like it at the minute. Looks like he's got a good run now through the second part of the chicane. Right up in the slipstream as they go to the second chicane, but not quite close enough to make a move.
Steady on the exit there as well from that BMW. Drop back slightly.
Yeah, he kind of got in a bit of a four-wheel power slide there through the second part of that second chicane. So
I just switched up to Ulrich and Dreyer up front in P5, P6. Dreyer just got spun around as they went in first corner. We'll play that on screen. So Dreyer's on the outside. Gets the move done heading into the corner, and then McLaren on the inside of Milkuik just gets unsteady over the curbs and wide into the rear of Dreyer. And that means that Dreyer's now probably about 6 or so seconds behind. So unfortunate to see that would have been a place gained from Dreyer. 5.
it would, but I think with that 15-second penalty, it was going to probably be difficult for him to gain that in the last 26 seconds. 26 minutes, sorry. But you never know. And now, if Mikulik ends up getting a penalty, then it could end up being that it's just a straight fight between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a 5-second penalty, which I think it probably will be, then all Dreyer needs is the 5/10. But again, like, there's no guarantees, so he's still going to be pushing for that higher 5 seconds.
I said Dreyer's already got a 15-second penalty himself anyway, so
I missed that. Suppose it's not too bad then, but with that Patrick gets 4 seconds, he could look at 6 maybe. Yeah, the gap between Berkshire and Melvin is spread out a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of been ebbing and flowing a little bit. Seems like Berkshire definitely a lot faster around the middle part of the lap, but then the straight line speed of the Mustang is just allowing Melvin to just pull away on the straight and maintain that position. So it's going to be interesting to see if Berkshire can find a way past in the last 25 minutes of this race. Got some clarification on the 817 car. They had 1 lap remaining on a drive-through in car, but they thought it meant 1 lap left. But it was 1 lap, and then when you hit the line, it goes to 0. So yeah, it would have had to serve it the lap before that, unfortunately.
That explains why when you check the replay, it was as immediately as they crossed the line.
Yeah.
Like I say as well, we've had a couple of follows since the start of the stream, so thank you to those that have. If you are watching and haven't yet, please do give us a follow. Nope. We live and we learn. New races, it was a very fun race. Yeah, it's good to hear. You guys did have a good race to be fair in the 817, a couple of good battles that we were watching. So yeah. And of course, there will be stream highlights of this race as well. I'm not sure when they'll get done, maybe tomorrow or Monday. But the entire 4 hours will sum it up into about maybe 15 minutes. Keep an eye out for that on the ACM Racing channel. Plenty of action to happen, so probably quite a long video that'll happen, to be honest.
Highlights, then we could have highlights of highlights. Just looking up towards the front of the grid, the gap between Tamara and Emirates is 12.5 seconds with 23 minutes to go. So it was, I forget what it was when they came out of the pits. Ooh, a mistake from Melvin there has allowed Birksoy past.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I'll go back and have a look at that. Now it's the second to last corner. Wide on the exit. And yeah. Too wide on the corner, and that Birksoy took the opportunity there. Monday for the stream highlights, that's maybe 2 hours to go through, yeah. Yeah. I'd certainly look at the first hour and the second and the last hour. The hours were fairly quiet.
Having said that, there was a fair bit of action when I joined around the middle of the race as well.
Not compared to the first hour. First hour was
Yeah, for sure.
barely able to keep up with
For
anything.
sure. Yeah. But yeah, I was just saying the gap between Tamara and Emirates is about 12 seconds. We've got 22 minutes to go in the race. Last time around, Emirates gained a whole second over Tamara. It could still be possible, you know.
Yeah, in 12 seconds, 20 minutes.
It might require a bit of a mistake from Tamara, in all honesty, but like 12 seconds, it's been gradually coming down over this stint so far. It's probably not been coming down quite as fast as it needed to for it to be a real good fight at the end, but I think it's still possible.
I think either way, we've got to put some respect for Tamara for did. I mean, he started in 3 and made his way up into P1 and fell there for quite a while. So even if he does get overtaken by Emirates at the end, you know, still well deserved podium.
Well, and 4 hours solo as well is pretty good going.
Yeah, especially in the McLaren at Imola. Yeah, you hit one
Yeah.
curb and
Death. We got
Poltari.
Poltari. I was just going to say he has closed up the gap now behind Jack Dyer.
4 seconds is isn't it? That is good pressure from Poltari. But that gap that Gibbons has now got must have been a mistake at some point. 11.2 seconds back.
That Mustang's come in. That straight line speed advantage we've been talking about. Not quite able to get past this time, but that gap came down quite a lot down the straight. So I think another lap, even if he can get a good exit, or maybe he's even going for it here into the second chicane.
Yeah,
Looks like he is, and that is surprising because Jack Dyer's been having a pretty strong race so far, and has been driving the nuts off that GTR. Maybe not quite as good an exit as Altari out of the second chicane, out of the first chicane there, but didn't look like it. It didn't look like it was that bad that it was going to allow the move. But yeah, Poltari getting the job done.
Yeah, and fairly cleanly as well, I must say. It's again another textbook goof that was inside there. Had it done by the next chicane. Nothing really to worry about. Dre has actually managed to catch up to Mikulik. Now 1.6 seconds. Again, he's got the 15-second penalty, so not much will happen, but he's going to try and take the place anyhow.
Yeah, it's racing drivers, right? You still, even if you've got the penalty to come, you still wanna make the move over your other competitors on track, just to kind of prove a point.
Guy's still trying to fight for that position. Sorry. I don't think he'll get it now. That Mustang really overtook his.
Yeah, we have. I mean, we have seen some mistakes from that 151 car today as well, though. So I think best thing Dyer can do is just stick on his tail and hope that he can force the error. It's going to be really hard for him to get the overtake done. I think under normal circumstances, just because of the speed, like you say, of the Mustang. There was a car off there, 779 car. That's the Lamborghini.
Got back going again.
Yeah, got back going again. That Lamborghini really doesn't seem to, of all the cars, it seems to be handling the curbs the worst. Quite a few times we've seen that car spin around because of a heavy hit with the curbs. But yeah, Dreyer now less than a second behind Mikulik.
Yeah. Battle of McLarens.
And we know what happened last time as well with the contact. So things could get spicy.
Going back to the Emirates and Tamara battle, Brogan said in the like 2 seconds a lap is needed, big ass. But never know what's going to happen with last minute back on. That's true to him. I mean, looking at the lap times over the past couple of laps, it's been backwards and forwards between who's had the fastest. You know, a lap ago, Mara was the fastest, and then they'll list that Rose is the fastest. So, while some laps he's gaining 1 second, others he's getting anything on a quarter. It's going to be a big mistake for Mara.
Yeah, I think so. The gap. I mean, the gap is just under 10 seconds now, but with only 16 minutes to go in the race, it's probably going to need a bit of a mistake. Got Eric Dreyer looking for a move, or had a half look into the second to last corner. A little touch on the gravel there from Mikulik in the middle of those corners. It's going to put him under pressure now from Dreyer as they go down the straight. Dreyer going to the inside, little kiss, another kiss as they go down the straight, and another one. And it's all ended in tears.
That's simple. Again, it's them drivers. Yeah. I think Eric should be able to continue. It's a lot of damage. Hopefully, it's not mentioned damage. But it is really unfortunate, especially at this stage.
Yeah, it is, and it takes away from what we were hoping to get a good battle between the two of them. I mean, thankfully, the damage doesn't look too bad on the front of that car, but we know obviously the damage model isn't always super accurate on ACC, but it doesn't look too bad.
0.7 seconds the gap that Emirates has now. Both himself and Tamara have got the gaps on track.
Tighten up. Let's see if there's any other potential battles we could get before the end of the race.
Dyer and
Still
Poltari.
got Jack Dyer behind Poltari. Yeah. That's kind of ebbing and flowing a little bit between half a second to a second and a half.
I don't think anyone else is close enough.
No.
Well, 3-5 seconds ish. 130 laps completed this race so far, so those solo drivers, that's quite a lot of Imola.
Yeah.
John Gray now 20 seconds back. I think, to be honest, that backmark situation for Emirates was probably actually a blessing in disguise, allowing him to get past Scott. It's like, I mean, 13 minutes left, 8 seconds. It's going to be a difficult one either way, and he's contacting the backmarker as well. Shows how much he's. I think being caught behind John as well, that would have really slowed things down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I thought the backmarker was going to make contact with him then.
Yeah, it was
excursion
close.
on the gravel instead. Rogan said, Dre taking some of my driving tips.
Yeah, we've still got the Audi there, the DB3 Motorsports Audi driven by Bastian Holter in P4.
Yeah, gone fairly unnoticed for this.
Still going well. Yeah.
Because massive gaps either way. I mean, 30 seconds behind and a minute 20 in front. But
yeah, it's just in their own bubble doing their own thing, but it's definitely working.
Yeah,
and
a solo driver for this long and being able to stay consistent enough to stay in that position and not get bored, especially when you got not really much action going on. It's a good testament for Bastian.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It looks like Jack Dyer has closed up on the back of Peltari once again. Gap is under half a second. Whereabouts on track are they here? Just coming out of the second chicane, yeah.
Sector 2. Oh, headed into the last 10 minutes now. Everyone full of the tops and stuff. Nothing else from that to worry about. I've actually just seen apparently Tamara's contact with some backman. So I don't know if that's going to impact this final battle, because if he gets a 5 or a 10-second penalty, then that's going to put Emirates in contention.
Yeah, yeah, certainly, and that's what we talked about, right? It only takes like a couple of incidents.
Emirates has got 5 seconds himself.
Oh, really?
It's 13 seconds in reality to gain in these final 10 minutes. So I suppose that it does come down to the stewarding decisions for the win, really.
Yeah,
what I've seen is true.
Quite easily could do. Do we know what the 5 seconds is for Emirates?
Brian, let's search for it. So it actually looks like it was for the contact with car 3. That was the back mark being here. Maybe it might have been one earlier in the race, because this was 2 hours and 6 minutes into the race. I think that was before the back marker.
Okay, yeah, that's well before that, I think.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't think we saw that. Yeah, I don't think we saw that on stream, or at least I don't remember seeing it anyway.
Might have even been before you turned up. And the thing is,
Could
it
have
won't be
been,
Emirates doing either. There was a different driver in at that point. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
See if 701 has got 10 seconds not being applied. Outstanding. Probably needs to be applied sooner rather than later. Mara's aware, but I think it's only just been done. He's had a warning for hitting another back line. Got a 10-second for spinning one out.
Okay, so ultimately that means the gap is about 2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got no other contact in this race so far. So,
Okay.
yeah, 2 or 3 seconds that Emirates did. And the thing is, he's blissfully unaware at the moment that he's only got this time. He's probably thinking, 12 seconds, I'm not going to gain it. But in reality, it's...
Yeah, looking down at P7 and 17 and 18, we've got Bernardo Brieve in the DS Lab Racing Ferrari has managed to catch up to the back of Martinez in the Policia Local BMW as they come down towards the first corner. He actually lost a bunch of time on that. As I said that, he lost some time, but yeah, the gap is still under a second. Not as close as what it was, but it seems to be really ebbing and flowing between these two, depending where on track they are. Because now, right on the back of him again. So I wonder if there's maybe they're both carrying a little bit of an issue. There's certainly some damage on the front of that BMW. Not so sure about the Ferrari, but looking at having a little bit of a look at a move, not making it that time. Probably sensibly backing out of that, and they go down into Aqua Minerale. Oh, and a spin from Brieve. Just got a little bit too much on the curb there.
I think I saw the BMW have a little bit of a moment as well at the same time. I think they caught it a lot better than Brieve though. Unfortunately, yeah, that seems like Brieve is probably out of contention for that now. They're 5 seconds back.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough ask to catch that back up with 6 minutes left to go in this race.
Yeah, Martinez did go wide, but they managed to keep it going, so they didn't lose. Brieve actually spinning around. I was saying earlier though, that Ferrari's proper.
Yeah, that is a nice livery. That.
Not many yellow liveries that I've commented on and said. Good design.
Yeah. So, now that the penalties have been applied, or now that they've been dished, I make the gap out front as being around about 1 second.
Yeah.
Once the penalties are applied. So in reality, 6 seconds, but yeah, we know there's a 5-second penalty for Emirates and a 10-second penalty for Tamara. So this, I think, could go either way now.
I think Emirates is probably going to push like he's never pushed before now. I mean, these last 5 minutes, I'm expecting to see some 140, no 140. The thing as well as Tamara's coming from traffic. Emirates is literally just him and Tamara between.
Yeah.
So that's another thing got going for him.
It's a shame in a way that it could potentially come down to penalties at the end here, but that's racing sometimes. We'd love to see it on track all the time, but
it feels a bit like we're watching a ghost race where it's a race theoretically in time rather than actually happening. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, that gap's still around. That gap is still 6 seconds though, so Emirates has not been able to close anything up on this lap so far.
Had a vote for driver of the day being the Jack Dyer in the Nissan. I think we should probably do a driver of the day vote for this race to be. So my vote would definitely go to Patrick for the amount of places in.
Yeah, what did you say? He started P46 or something, and he's
P43. He's made 36 places. 4 hours.
That's pretty good going.
9 positions an hour on average. to be fair, Jack Dyer in the Nissan also 27 places.
Yeah, yeah.
Be a tough boat. Yeah, as Brogan said in chat, P1 and P2 have had a few incidents in the last couple of laps, and they've got clear air now. 0.8 seconds in theory between them. 3 minutes remaining, probably 3 laps. Bit of a dip in the gravel there. 6 tenths, 5 tenths, 4 tenths.
Yeah, it's ebbing and flowing. You can see from the onboard. You can see Tamara ahead up the road.
He's going to be begging that these back markers get out of the way. Equally at the same time, I think Emirates is also. I think the back markers has ran out of fuel in front. Car number 1, 2. Yeah, going really slow. I think they've run out of fuel. They're going so slow. So that was an easy back marker to pass. Mara's got to gain a little bit more space now, but 0.1 second in theory between them.
It's getting tight.
I'd just like to put a disclaimer out there as well. It's not a rigged penalty or action towards the end. It is actually a genuine penalty, and it can be appealed if it needs to be.
Yeah, that's the thing. Obviously, any time when we're talking in commentary about penalties and everything else, like ultimately when the cars cross the line, it's a provisional result until everything's ratified and signed and sealed.
Yeah, because I mean there could be things in qualifying, like maybe, you know, for example, Emirates overtook someone in qualifying, and that can be reported, and it could end up being a 5-second penalty like that, and then that changes the. On track, at least, that's what it currently is. 4 tenths gap and 2 laps remaining. I got to say as well, it's been a good race from all drivers and a good race in general. I think Rogan was say earlier that the race was close battling overall. Some bad bits here and there with some back markers and stuff like that, but generally I think for 4 hours with some brand new drivers to ATM, it's a race with some racing. So need to get caught up on next as well, because I think there's still probably about 20 or so outstanding. Again, all that you see now is probably provisional. There's a drive-through. Emirates has got a drive-through.
Oh yeah, that was. I was on board with him, and he went into Aqua Minerale and ran deep. Really lifted off the throttle, but it's obviously still giving him the track limit one, and it must have been his final one.
I think it might have been the second version that he did when he rejoined and went over the yellow curbs. I think that was what the warning was for. I just checked it in. But yeah, he's gonna be about that. I mean, I can't imagine what he's going through.
Well, and that's gonna promote John Gray up to P2 as well, I think.
Yep. Yeah,
I believe a drive-through is what, 35 seconds or something here.
Yep. Wow, so it has all changed in the end with the penalties. Tamara can breathe a sigh of relief, and John Gray can give a little celebration. "46 seconds. Depends what's applied, because I don't think he's probably going to serve it. In reality, he's probably just time penalty after.
Yes, I think the time penalty it applies is less than what a drive-through would cost you. I think it applies a 40 seconds at the end of the race time.
Well,
I mean,
timer
we'll
has stopped
see.
counting now.
Yeah, we're on the final lap here.
On board with Sergey for his final few corners. Solo driver. Starting in P3, a good race during the first couple hours, and made his way up into P1. Having to take 3 minutes, but slightly slower than had a good race. Yeah, hats off to Tamara. Comes around the final corner, no problems, and that will be quite a secure race win for Sergey Tamara from Bolts. Well done.
Yep, well done.
Nice to see a car with some HDM logo on it win. Slip that in there. But yeah, fantastic job, Sergey. Done 30-second penalty, 5 seconds.
30-second, yeah.
So yeah, John Gray's going to finish in P2 promotion after another good race from them as well, started in I think P5 they. Very well done, Brogan drive.
Yep, they're just about to go across the line now.
Yep.
And has it promoted them?
Probably not on the standings. It might after that.
Okay.
Yeah, Bastian Holzer finished the race as well, P4. Very good race from him. Obviously, the other solo driver that we got top, managing to keep himself so steady and consistent, really. Joseph Kulik, a lot of battles early on, went down into sort of P17 area, but he's made his way back up into 5. Good. Had a bit of contact with Eric Dreyer though, so I think there might be some penalties there for him. Second's outstanding as well as he rides around. Patrick Vistas, my vote for driver of the day, making up a total of 36 places at the start of the race. What an epic performance from him. And then Diego Latorre, drivers to come across the line, the Aston Martin, finish in the 8th. Here and Ball make up the top 10. Total 35 drivers.
Yeah, so confirmation there, John Gray getting promoted to P2. Yeah, good racing overall. Obviously, well done to Tamara, well done to John Gray and Bergen Dyer, well done to Emirates and the rest of the team. Obviously, unfortunate penalty at the end there, but that makes up our podium. Yeah. And thanks to everyone who's joined us today, either on the stream or everyone that's raced.
Yeah, we'll have some race highlights up probably Monday. So put down from the streams, key highlights, key replays, key accidents. Night for that on the 8th. Thank you everyone for coming along. We have another race tomorrow, which is Hungaroring. Freeze. So want to get involved with that? The Discord is in the chat. So join us for that. Monday we have good starting. So the trailer will play for that afterwards. All I've got to say is thank you for coming along.
Thanks for me, and we'll catch you all next time.
Welcome to ACC Career Mode by ACM Racing. ACC Career Mode is back and better than ever, with a 3-month-long series containing over 50 races with mixed formats and challenges. Team up with friends to manage your finances, car performance and sponsor contracts, or go solo and manage your favourite car across the whole season, utilising the daily, weekly and monthly challenges to add some spice to your online racing. The best thing? You decide your career, with 7 different paths to choose from. Minimum effort is no effort. ACC Career Mode Quarter 1 contains 5 races a week, all stewarded and commentated live with a range of formats from 4 to 12 hour endurance races to 25-minute sprints. The full race calendar is available at acm-racing.com, with individual race sign-up taking place on SimGrid. Only available on Assetto Corsa Competizione PC European-based league.